welcome to the Ascension of Farrahdor.
Oh no!
That was a jump scare start.
He jump scares us again.
I always say, "Are you ready?" And you're all like, "Yeah, yeah," and then you just start to talk amongst each other, and I've already clicked start recording, so I just have to wait for a second of silence to say it.
I think we were lamenting over the lack of show and tell today.
That's okay. That's okay.
No.
It's okay because we went downstairs and we took some new photos for the thumbnails.
We
We've been
did.
busy. We're starting a little bit later, so the fact that we don't have show and tell today, look, it's not that it's not a bad thing because I love show and tell.
Right.
Love it.
Those don't sound like
My
the words of a
crafts.
man who does.
What the hell?
But today
I don't like
maybe
this sarcasm.
what? No. I think that's your inability to read my emotions, Matthew.
Oh my god! Oh my god! We're fighting.
Sure, you what?
Look, it's a little warm again today. Although I feel like I'm the only one suffering this ailment right
Yeah,
now.
Nice.
fine.
No, it's a little bit warm.
It's a little bit warm, but it's not like
really bad.
it's not like that day. Good lord,
But
Can
I've
you hear
got
this?
that day we had Abby on 50%.
Yeah, I know.
Abby was turned down that
Yeah,
day.
it doesn't have that we were having the most intense role play probably ever in that session as well.
I am
You
a
guys
bit
handled it
warm,
great.
but I'm wearing a dress and it's overstimulating me
No.
so much.
you just completely take it off.
Just
So
de-roll.
the entire rest of the session just fully naked.
Hulk it.
I have some clean bike shorts going on.
You have some what?
Some clean bike shorts. We all just do an
nice.
outfit swap.
Yeah.
Please.
I think I'd look best in Matthew's orange shirt.
Yeah,
I was going to say, none of y'all would ever wear this colour.
I don't know. I would fucking rock that shit.
We
I
took
would.
photos downstairs and everyone's just wearing black and I'm there in my bright
Yeah,
orange
Yeah, but the thing is,
t-shirt.
we
'Cause
all
I
always
forgot.
wear black.
That's
Yeah.
Apart from Abby last week, you wore white.
Yeah.
true. That's true. You did
Josh-
wear white that one time.
Josh
Coming
one
for his
day
brand.
wore
Yeah, I
a
wore blue
green
ones.
or
Yeah.
something
Oh
like
my
that.
God.
Is it a green or blue?
I've
You know,
When did you wear
never worn a
blue?
colour.
No.
Green, whatever it was.
In my
I
life.
don't own other colours.
2 weeks ago, maybe 3.
Was it dark?
Was it not on the
No, it's light.
round table?
It might have
Oh,
been.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Which
still
you were
wore
at?
it.
Yeah.
Which you were at, by the way.
Yeah. Wait,
Yeah, like
when
he's going to
does-
remember the shirt you wore.
When does this come out? Hold on. So
This
we're
comes
filming
out-
now.
A week
A
tomorrow.
week tomorrow.
5th of June.
Oh my god. Oh no, the round
Oh my
table's already
God.
been gone. No, it hasn't.
No,
Oh my gosh.
No, it's not. It's because it's not this Tuesday coming up. It's, yeah.
Correct.
So there's going to be, this comes out a couple of days before the round table happens.
Yeah.
The round table is happening on the
Oh, I was just looking at it as well. to be
10th
honest
of
with you.
June.
The 10th
Yes,
of June?
yes.
So
It's
we'll
going to be any
see.
combination of anyone here at this table. So we haven't confirmed who's coming yet or not.
I imagine
But
Matthew's
yeah.
Oh my
coming.
god, it's the king's
Oh.
birthday that week.
Oh my god.
Thank God.
Oh, well, we've got to.
Oh, yeah, we
we've actually
can't.
got to
Yeah,
cancel
yeah,
it.
yeah,
We've
yeah,
got
yeah,
to
yeah,
cancel
the
it.
yeah.
round table.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah,
have to
yeah,
cancel
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Well, it's
Sorry.
not,
Yeah.
till, it's not till Saturday, so it's,
Oh, so
we
it's
did.
safe.
No,
we
we're
did get
spending the whole
invited,
week.
so we've got to go.
Yeah.
to the king's birthday party.
He's a
Yeah.
really good friend of mine, actually.
If Josh doesn't have if Josh doesn't
you
have pool,
painted that portrait.
we may have him.
Possibly.
We
I need to
probably
a
will
look at
have
the schedule.
Matthew.
Yeah,
I'll probably be there.
Yeah.
I tend to be
And-
free on Tuesdays.
And Abby is
Abby
a
blocks
maybe.
and deletes us.
I'm celebrating the king's birthday.
So sorry,
Seriously.
Quinn. So
All
sorry.
week.
Yes.
Yes, that is Patreon. That is Moonjoy Tiers and Ups, and over on YouTube memberships as well.
Yeah.
You get 2 extra monthly streams, and one of them is the Farrahdor Roundtable, which
And
is
it's-
next Tuesday.
It's good shit.
It is.
It's really
so
good.
much
Good
fun.
fun.
It
Oh
is
my
good fun.
gosh.
I have a
It's
lot of fun.
so much fun.
It's great.
I don't think there's anything else.
Nah, man, let's just absolutely slam this session.
Oh my gosh.
You ready to slam it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's get
ready
some
to slam.
slam.
I'm ready to
Yeah.
raw dog this
Oh my
session.
God.
What are you
Yeah.
laughing at? He's not ready to slam this
I can't
session.
wait to slam this session raw dog.
Yeah.
I was just
Slap.
about to say,
Yeah,
did you
yeah,
say
yeah.
let's raw dog this session?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that joke. That's a good
I'm
one.
ready to
It wasn't a joke.
bounce on it crazy style in this session. How about
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
I said that is the most fucking boomer thing I've ever said.
Let us bounce on that crazy
Let's
style.
style.
bounce upon it. Crazy style.
As the kids say.
As the kids doth say.
Tis the king's birthday. Are we ready
Yeah.
to play
Yay!
some Dungeons and Dragons? Thank you so much to all our patrons and YouTube members.
You have no idea how much we appreciate your support.
Gain exclusive access either on Patreon or become a channel member here on YouTube for perks like channel badges and emotes on YouTube.
You get 2 extra and exclusive monthly live streams, including a roundtable with a cast of our D&D actual play, The Ascension of Farrahdor, for all of your burning questions.
As well as an intimate D&D advice live stream where we can answer your D&D questions in depth and one-on-one.
If you would like to support us directly and gain access to these perks, check the link in the description to go to our Patreon or simply click the join button here on YouTube.
Thank you.
God, Abby, don't be so excited.
Poggers quoth the kids.
Oh my gosh.
Skibbity toilet to adopt the kids.
Skibbity toilet, am I right,
Oh my god,
ladies?
I got murdered, by the way. Sorry. I know we just said we were about to get
This is
into
going to
it.
be after the Patreon thing. This is going to be
Okay.
literally in the session.
I know we said we were going to get into it. I was downstairs and it was just these two around at the time. And I was like, oh, I had a dream. And Abby, without missing a beat, goes, all right, Martin Luther King. She said it much cooler than I did then. Murdered.
Did she not go, Martin Luther
For a
King?
second, I thought you forgot his second name, and I was like,
That is normally how I tell jokes. Normally I'm like,
You ripped it off the dome.
but that one time.
Yeah, you ripped it absolutely off
And look,
the dome.
as hilarious as that murder was,
Yes, it
Yeah.
was.
where did we begin last time?
Caligro.
No. That's where we ended. Where did we begin? We began in the crypt.
Yeah.
I have some new dice.
You have new
Show,
dice?
show the camera.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
New dice.
Why are your D4s down there, Abby?
Huh?
Your D4s are down there. Your holy hand grenades.
Oh,
No,
this
no,
is
they're
this
here.
is on me. This
These
is
are
on
my new
me.
dice. They are like blood.
Wow.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I had set them.
Blood splatter dice.
This is all on me, I'm
They're
afraid.
I
Cute.
like those. They're cool.
I don't know where I got them from. I looked in my. I have in an assortment of dice, but I have like my dice case at home which just has a million billion dice in, and these were there, and I was like, these are pretty Theo.
They're quite
Yeah.
Theo.
Yeah.
The blood splatters.
There's no
Blood
music on. That's why it's so quiet. My fan died.
Well, it might be quiet because we started the intro, and since we started the intro, we've actually not talked a single bit about the session. But do you want to know what, Margaret? You're right.
Yeah. I was like, it's so
put
quiet
some,
without
let me
my
put some
fan
background
on.
music to our weekly antics. So, where did we begin last time?
We just slayed Knight Solomon to rest. And then...
You had just laid nights on to rest.
and we hung out. We hung out for a little bit, and
Fucking hell, we're gonna get nothing done today,
We are
man.
now. We're gonna lock in as of right now.
yeah, sorry, I
So,
didn't.
we
Sorry,
laid
I'm
Knight Solomon to
Farrahdor now.
rest in the crypt just after the Sphinx had left. You had pried the bars that held the gem, the gate stone here, off, and Theo had popped it into the bag of holding. You began to walk back to Hilborough Castle. All of the traps were off, and Dacius began to talk about his options, and you all convinced him that he should go full time, and he's going to talk to the group about going full time. But he also mentioned to Lenore about somebody called Edwina,
Yes.
who is a high priestess at one of the Zereth temples in Caligor.
Yes.
Because he had heard your story about how you had come back to life over... Well, when you were a child, and he said that he had heard that story once before from somebody that she knew.
Yes.
So, another thing for you to potentially look at when you get to Caligor.
Yes.
But you met back up with the Ghastly Gang and decided to go back to town.
Mhm.
You almost got arrested.
Yeah.
I did almost go to prison.
Yeah.
But with some very, very, very quick
Through no
thinking
fault of my own.
from Ranga with the Hat of Disguise. Taking bribes, are we? The situation got diffused. You went for some food. Dacius announced to the Ghastly Gang that he reckons they should do it full time.
We had
You
a bit of a seance.
you had a seance in the
Yeah.
room,
Yes.
and he told you some of the things that the voices that were calling out to you. He let you know what they were saying.
Yeah, the spirits are being brought back by someone to fight the eternal war, and we know that the Unseelie and Seelie can't have an eternal war. When Lenore sees the portals, she will know, and their souls are being used to fuel the war. It bleeds their souls dry.
Yeah.
Theo did a detect magic,
Yeah.
and got
did.
an intense Fey
I
presence
rolled a
during
30.
the seance.
That was at the end of the session.
No, I got 2 30s that
Yeah,
session.
you got two really high.
Right, we're going to nerf your character.
No, what the hell?
Oh.
And yeah, that's what we learned from the seance.
Very good.
Ranga got Fall Glory tattooed on his
Ranga got
knuckles.
Far Glory tattooed on his knuckles by Theo.
One fun fact is he was going to do that on the night, but then Theo got a bit drunk, so he was like, I'm
Yeah,
going to the morning.
actually, you know what?
Someone called it as well, so well
Yeah,
done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it was
Someone-
Noko. Noko was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
imagine. And I sent
We'd
it in a
already
group chat.
recorded before.
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
didn't come
and
up,
we were
so-
all like,
Wild.
Auntie does.
Yep.
We actually,
He does.
we actually re-recorded that part of the
Yeah,
session
yeah.
after you said that
Yes,
because
we
you were like,
did.
that's a really good idea.
We
Yes,
actually
we
dub
did.
it if you see all of our mouths are
Yeah.
Yeah. Aloth and Silence spent the evening together.
Evening.
Evening.
And
After
Then you made a
Ranga
hash
pushed him
browns.
Pushed her out the door, blocked it off, and ran for his life.
We got the town crier to change their story about Cyanaratis.
Theo spoke to Ewan.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did. I got sending.
Yes.
and
That was
I-
after the night of travel. You guys
Yes.
left
that was actually, yeah.
Hillborough and then camped out for the night. And as you camped out for the night, you cast sending to Ewan. He
Yes.
told you that he was at the
Stone
Stone
Cauldron.
Cauldron.
Yes.
Yeah. And let me just bring up the map actually. Boom. There it
Which
is.
I didn't recognise, did I, the Stone Cauldron?
You know where it is on your map.
It's just south of Ascension.
Aha. Aha.
Ah.
Aha.
Uh-huh.
It's just the wind blowing it off.
So,
But before you sent any more spells, you decided to go to your friend Ranga and ask if he had anybody he would like to talk to,
You did.
in particular his father.
Because
And
I'd mentioned previously when he talked about being worried about his dad that I would try and figure out a way to get in contact.
Yeah.
And now that I have, by the way, sending is one of my favorite spells
I
in
agree.
the whole game.
I
Yeah,
love sending.
it's so good.
much.
so
100%.
it's a real good dungeon master tool.
and especially
real
for a
good
campaign
master
this,
tool.
like this.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
It'd
agree.
be good.
Can you remind me? This is a last campaign thing.
Good lord. Go on.
But you know when Marcus did the spell to see the doctor and the creepy girl?
Yeah.
Am I right that it wasn't on the same continent
No,
as
it
us?
wasn't.
It was. It wasn't
It
in
was.
Osrendith.
It just wasn't in
It
Asrendith.
was outside
Yeah.
Osrendith.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
You-
speaking of which,
Yes.
Marcus, Theo used sending to Ranga's dad,
Yeah.
and spooky scientist might be involved.
Yeah.
Because I grew his dad's ear on my palm.
And it had a black vein in
and
it.
it had some weird
Yep.
funky veins.
That is, thematically just a cool.
Yeah.
Even though the spell doesn't do it, I love it. It's,
Yeah.
It's
just-
horrifying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love
Love
the
it.
idea
Yeah.
of it.
And he'd said that he had been caught. He doesn't know where he is. He needs help. They're using me and experimenting on me and changing me.
Which isn't a million miles away what
Not
happened to
great.
Rufus
Indeed.
and his wife.
Indeed. Rufus and Myra in
Evil
our last
bastard
campaign.
doctor.
Yes, very much so. So after that, well, Silence had a conversation with the Righteous Dead, and there was obviously some tension between them.
What?
Righteous Dead says that she forgot what she was going to tell Silence, that she was hesitant to tell her, and then things were a bit tense. And then we all came to the conclusion that we were going to beeline straight for Caligo. We all took a point of exhaustion and traveled through the night.
Which we immediately forgot.
Oh, 100%. Yes,
Yeah.
truly.
Instantly
Oh my
forgot
god,
about
truly. I think
exhaustion.
we forgot we even got there in the middle of the night,
we
to be
did.
honest with you. But we did.
Yeah, you sprinted the next day and got to Caligo in half of the time that it would have taken you. Exhausted and tired, you made your way in as there was a beautiful, beautiful city with 3 gem towers sitting high above with this beautiful like whitewashed stone buildings and these blue rooftops all the way around this top area of the city. Very clean. You see these little automatons going around keeping the streets clean and taking care of like menial jobs and just keeping the city in a very beautiful state. You see a lot of quite affluent people here. Not every single person, but there is a air of coin around Caligo, and especially this area. But as you see the city, as you were at the top of that hill, you saw the city descend into the mists, and as it descended into the mists, you saw the ribcage of the Colossus
Yeah.
poking above the mists. As you entered the city, there was a small celebration going on. As a new statue was being unveiled in front of a small gathering here,
We walked past someone who gave us stink eye, who was repairing a car.
repairing a cart,
Mm-hmm.
who was hot-wiring a cart. And as you got into the center there, the statue was unfurled of this not old-looking gentleman, but definitely in his 50s, maybe in his 60s, with a very almost military-looking uniform on. Has the same vibe as the guards that were walking around, but far more official, like a number of more medals, a musket at his side, and it was branded Peacekeeper Balator. And as that was happening, windows opened as Lenore saw red smoke beginning to push itself out as people began to look up. And one of these hovercards had been completely defaced with a number of sayings spray painted on red as it pushed its way slowly through the back of the crowd and almost just like touching, kissing, nudging the stand where this new statue had been unfurled. And it said a number of things on it. It said, "Fuck your peacekeeper. Caligor belongs to no one." It said Kavira on it as well. Cavea.
Say that again.
Cavea.
Spell that again, sorry?
Cavea. Cavea.
Is this the first we're hearing of this?
Yeah,
right
it
now?
was just something else that was spray painted
okay.
on the
Okay.
on the as the doors opened up, as dead bodies began to fall out, and it was like, please help and look at what you've done, all spray painted across this thing had been completely and utterly defaced. As a number of these people who fell out, you could see, had burn marks on their hands and up their forearms. Some people had lost fingers to these burns. Some people had crushed limbs. As people began to scream out in panic, one of these carts, the same cart that you saw being hot-wired, drove through the crowd as people were jumping out the way, as these people were expleting and screaming out to the crowds that Caligor belongs to nobody, that your peacekeeper means nothing, as they seem to have stolen a number of goods, as exclaimed by somebody running after the cart, as a number of these guards jumped in carts and began to follow them through the streets. You are left here. What do you do?
Is there like a chaos going on right now? Is everyone left at this point?
So the car has just driven through the crowd and somebody has gone out exclaiming that they've stolen goods. Somebody get that cart. As a number of these guards are just walking the street, just doing their general duties, jump into some of these hover carts, begin to chase them.
So we're using the word car and cart. Are they two different things?
They're all the same. They're just hover carts. They're just small like buggies.
Right.
Some are meant to ferry people around the town at a decent speed. If you don't want to take teleportation, which is what the gems are for here, the tower gems, you get one of these. Some people, like law enforcement, drive them around.
Right.
Expensive goods, heavy goods that need to be taken from one place in the city to another. Like one of these hover carts that had the big long back, like the same one that carried the bodies and the doors opened up and fell out. It was a similar one to that was driving through the crowd, being hijacked by these people.
And the individual with Kit tattooed behind their ear, are they on one of the carts or are they
That was on
walking?
the one that sped
They're
away,
driving the cart that's just gone through the
Okay.
crowd with a number of people hanging off the side.
Who saw that? Only one of us.
Right? With my third.
With his second 30th of the session.
Thank you for reminding me, Josh.
Oh my gosh. And you say with people hanging off, are they people who are alive or people who are dead?
People who are alive. There's it's almost like a show. There's the seat in the middle who with this person who you could call out for Kit is Kit driving, and there is space on the right and left, almost like one of those delivery vans that doesn't have doors because it's never supposed to reach unbelievably high speeds, but it seems to be going faster than it's supposed to right now. And there's two people like hanging onto the inside of the cart, like throwing stuff at people and shouting at people and pointing at people in people's faces as they drive through this crowd.
So clearly on the same side as Kit.
Yes,
Right,
there's somebody
right.
on top of the van, like holding on, and they're like just throwing dirt off at these people as they drive past.
Okay.
Well,
Shit.
that's not what I expected when we got here.
What time is it now?
Maybe like 5 or 6 o'clock.
Lenore's going to turn to just someone close in the crowd and just be like, what the fuck was that about?
You turn to a woman who is there in a quite a fine dress, was obviously here, like puffs out towards the lower end, umbrella like twirling over the shoulder. She's got this like ringlety hair that is like dark brown and goes down past the shoulders, and she's here for the unveiling of the statue. You ask what's going on. Yeah, just these mistborns, just causing chaos.
Did you say
taking everything they want and not paying for it?
Mistborns?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Just people who are born in the lower side of the city.
I see. The poverty-stricken side of the city, I assume.
It is not in poverty.
The less affluent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good day. So you like walk towards some people and she begins to gossip with others.
I don't remember if we spoke about this at the table or if this was like as we were getting ready to go home. The burns looked Colossus Shard-esque.
That's exactly what they look like.
Okay.
Like they've been handling them.
They don't look like fire burn. They look like, like when you spoke to Bolo and he told you that handling something like a Colossus Shard without protective gear would leave you with brutal scars, brutal holy fire burns on your arms, and that's exactly what these people look like. You can see a number of the guards that haven't jumped in these hover carts are like walking over to the cart here and beginning to like push the bodies back up and trying to like close the doors. And you can see them like pushing the cart out of the middle of this square that you're in.
All the bodies are obviously all, as Theo deduced, people, these obviously mistborn bodies. They're not affluent people.
You can immediately tell, and things that you've heard about Caligo over the years, that there is a distinct divide between the people who live here and the people who live in the mists. And just from what you've seen, the people who you deduce would be from the mists here look like they are wearing mismatched clothes. They look dirty. They look ruined. They look like they haven't had a wash. They look like workers from a factory. They look unlike any of the people who are stood in this square. And every single person who fell out that cart filled that exact description.
And Lenore, she would, with Silver growing up here, I'm assuming Silver's family.
Yeah.
Lenore would probably know this.
From Caligo. From
Caligo.
I like that's our new description.
Caligo. Lenore would know of this divide.
From the things that Silver has told you about where he lived and where he came from, you would probably know.
Is it like the distinction between the mist part and the non-mist part? Is it two like levels, or is it like I pictured like a gradual slope, or is it like two distinction?
Does it go like that, or is it like just?
It goes, so it's this Caligo topside, like this, is built almost like in a really shallow bowl.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, that like rim doesn't go the whole way around. It like sort of stops and it goes down into the valley. You know that people don't live in the valley that connects the two. There is a series of bridges that connect the topside to the mists.
Right, okay. So there's a very clear distinction of what's in the mist and what's not in the mist.
Clear divide.
Gotcha.
Well, it looks like business is business here in Caligo, as always. Silver would tell me stories. He grew up here. His family are here. About this.
About this unrest? This
I don't
protests?
think... Granted, he hadn't been back in a long time. And when he talked about it, it was mainly when he was a child. What his parents went through.
So this has been going on a while.
Yes. And I don't necessarily know if it was unrest to this degree. She gestures at everything. But definitely a divide.
The guards that are like cleaning up this car full of corpses, do they look like surprised this has happened, or are they like, ugh, not again, kind of thing?
Roll me an insight check.
Can I as well?
Go for it.
Oh.
Oh my god, I think that might be my first possibly successful. Dirty 20.
Oh.
Nice.
What'd you get, Abby?
9.
Nice.
Nice.
With a dirty 20, there's a number of emotions. There is still a little bit of a shock, but there is like okay, it's happening again.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's maybe not that it's happened so many times where it's at that almost like roll my eyes moment, but there is also
This clearly isn't like a brand new first.
not
of
that
its
it probably isn't the
thing.
first time something like this has happened,
Mhm.
but there is also from this was supposed to be a lovely moment for the people in Caligor, and we weren't supposed to let something like this happen today here.
I see. Okay.
It's almost like we're in for it. We're gonna get our knuckles wrapped because we let it happen now.
Yeah.
Because the
With
peace has not been kept, it seems.
I thought this city was supposed to be the, new big and upcome thing. You think they'd kind of have their shit together if that was the case?
Well, rich stay rich, poor stay poor. Doesn't matter. It's always been like that. Always will be, I think.
Never really thought about rich and poor before. We shared everything we had on the island.
That's how it should be. To be clear. That's how it should be. You're lucky you've never had to think like that.
And that's how it was in Bastion as well.
Yeah.
Well, it's mine's yours.
What we could put a pin in Bastion,
Moving into Bastion is the shining example.
We'll put a pin in that one.
Ranga,
You're like-
yeah, that's nice science.
The thing is, for him, it's like communism. For you, it's like
Exactly.
That's
These
how
are-
it be
These
sometimes.
are the perfect descriptors.
Yeah. Communism. Well, I think we still focus on getting you to the hunt, seeing if we can find out anything about your father, but me and Silence got to look at that person's face who was driving the car. I'd be able to recognize it again.
I saw behind their ear, on the neck, a tattoo. Kit, it said. I'm not sure if that's their name or...
The people in that cart, they were burned with holy fire, seemingly matching up to what Bolo said about the Colossus shard. And he also said that there was a shard here, and we've got the
Yes.
bones of said Colossus.
I
Yeah.
think maybe the shard's down there in the mists and people are getting hurt by it, but they haven't done anything about it.
I don't know. I thought Bolo said that it was in like a museum or something.
Yeah, so what-
He didn't.
If the shard
I'm
was
making
down,
shit up.
unless someone's using this shard as, a weapon, why would people be willingly... People would willingly go and try to pick it up with there.
Well, think of shards as currency, and living in the mist isn't easy. It isn't.
It could be a power source as well. It seems to be, at least the one that we saw, it was generating its own power in a way.
Well, maybe if we can find it, you might be able to find out a bit more about what happened. If you can touch it again, like you did the
Yes.
last one.
Yeah.
Well, if these Colossus shards are a useful source of power, I'm surprised that the rich haven't taken it by now.
I
So
think
they're clearly hiding it if there is one there.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. I think they're using the Mistborn, and they're using them to do the work for them. To mine the shards, get hurt. Doesn't matter as long as the shards are got.
The Mistborns are expendable.
Exactly.
Everyone roll me a history check.
Oh.
17.
14.
19.
7.
Theodore, you remember in this moment that Bolo wanted to take the Colossus Shard for a specific reason. Because that right now was unbelievably high value.
Mhm.
Because production was having complications. Extraction was having complications.
I see. That makes sense. Bolo mentioned that high value. It could be like you said. He said they have extraction problems. Again, like you said, this could be the uprising,
Yeah.
preventing them extracting it.
Oh, good on them.
I
It's
think
about
you've
time.
hit it right, the nail on the head.
Thank you. I only know through Silver. Again, he grew up here. His family is still here.
Have you been here before with him?
No, we never got the chance, unfortunately. But he hadn't been back in a long time at that point himself. I've met his family before, but they'd always come out to see us, not us coming to see them, and I'm realizing maybe why.
You gotta go see them while we're here.
Yeah. I have to. That's the whole reason I wanted to come. I have to tell them
Yeah.
about Silver.
So what's our first port of call?
I think it's still the hunt.
There we go.
I think after what we learned last night, I think we should
I agree.
chase that up immediately.
Yeah. If they don't know about my dad, I at least need to tell them.
Exactly.
You three, roll me perception checks. Ranga, there's one thing that you notice
Natural
anywhere.
20! What was it?
So I rolled a 1, and then I was like, oh, I've got advantage! And I rolled another 1.
Double one advantage is fucking insane.
You
And I
rolled a 1 on
maintained eye
perception?
contact the whole time.
God.
Ranga. Oh, sorry, what did you get?
25.
25.
Natural 20.
Oh.
23.
Nice.
What about you, Abby?
10.
Still good.
Yeah.
From a one.
10 off a 1.
10 of one's
Great.
crazy. Ranga, you begin to see now that things have calmed down a little bit here, and this cat has been pushed out of sight and taken somewhere with these bodies in, with all of this graffiti on the outside, and the smoke has like stopped from these windows, and you can just see a couple of people like heading up to the windows to like shut them and look around those rooms. You begin to see some members of the hunt mingling with the officers here to bolster their numbers. You see them there in their obviously extremely different to this like blue uniform with these like golden bits on it. This very like formal piece of attire that the Caligard wear. The Caligard.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love that. Big fan of that.
The
Caligard.
the hunt members stand out very much so. As you know, some of these Caligard have muskets and rifles and things like that. The hunters still wearing their obsidian weaponry with their leather tunics, leather pelts, furs, and things like that. They stand out as more muscular, and there's bits of skin showing, but they are working with what looks like to bolster the numbers of the Caligard here. You see a few of them sort of up in those rooms looking around, a few of them walking out into the city, as obviously this uproar has gathered a few of the guards to this area. You two begin to see, now that everyone has sort of checked that they're okay, they've moved towards the statue again, and there's just like a soft round of applause as you hear different things say, people saying like, Caligo will never be divided. And they begin to applause again.
Who's applauding here? The crowd?
The general
guard?
populace
Okay.
that look like they belong here. The wealthy,
Right, gotcha.
the people who were in the street ready for the unfurling of the statue. They've gone to the statue and they're just softly applauding it, and hear just a few things like that being exclaimed.
They're saying Caligo will never be divided.
Caligo will never be divided. They say, we believe in Peacekeeper Balato.
Did you hear that? Caligo will never be divided.
What Caligo are they living in?
Exactly.
Wow.
I've been here 5 minutes. I can tell it's divided.
To be able to have the influence and the money to be able to turn your eye to it.
Do we see the Obsidian Hunt members as well? Does everyone see that? Or just Josh?
Yeah. I mean, if he wants to point them out to you, they're not super. To him, it's like boom,
Mhm.
recognize
Yeah.
it straight away.
Yeah. There's some from the hunt over there talking to the guards.
We could find out whether they could point us in the direction of the headquarters.
Yeah, I
You could
mean,
introduce yourself.
it did say that a lot of them got brought back here, so it's not that surprising to see them.
Yeah.
Do they often bolster local guards?
Some of them would, I guess, in a maybe a dire situation.
Mm.
I mean, it seems a little
Not-
counter to what.
Yeah, it's not really like the thing that they would normally do. I don't think.
They're not normally there for civil unrest.
Yeah, but we're not some hard type guard, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I especially wouldn't expect them to be on the side of the oppressors.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
maybe it's a bit early to be pointing fingers, but that's what I've been getting so far.
hopefully, with your name, you can maybe get at least a meeting with, if not your father's friend, then someone. Maybe you can get some answers.
I think I'll be able to talk to Dargath if he's here.
Yeah.
The only other thing I can think of is, they might be trying to find those people that drove off. A lot of us from the hunt are pretty good at tracking things down.
Yeah. And maybe she gestures to the statue and the small gathering. If this was something that was supposed to be a big event, I guess maybe getting some more people on hand who are skilled or at least strong might have given what has happened. There'll be a reason.
I'll go ask him.
Yeah. Do you want us to come?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Walk over to the members of the Obsidian Hunt.
Yeah, you can see that there's two that were like in a conversation with these Caligard, and they've like began to. There's still clearly a separation, even though they seem to be like working on the same team. The three of the Caligard have like almost began to talk to a few people, as these two are like at the back talking to each other with their backs towards them. Maybe not here for questioning so much, maybe more to just bolster. But you walk on over, and as you get there, they like take notice that you're approaching, and one hail.
Hi. I'm just gonna brandish one of the swords that still has the obsidian coating on it.
Yeah.
I've not really been here before. Do you know where the Obsidian Hunt, organization is around here?
Yeah, it's in the southern quarter.
Oh, right. Thanks. What are you guys up to? I'm quite surprised to see you guys here.
Yeah, we got called back a couple of days ago and just helping. Apparently there's been some civil unrest and we're just doing what's asked of us.
Asked by who? The Peacekeeper?
I think, yeah, direct orders came from the Peacekeeper, but Dargath was the one that called us back.
I see. So you're not from Caligo?
No, not us.
We spoke to Kaida in Folkestone. Not Folkestone.
Tribal
Mills.
You say Kaida and like they look at each other. I've met Kaida before.
Said you were recalled. Is it because of this?
Yes, yeah. A number of hunts from almost every outpost, one at least, were brought back just to, again, help with the civil unrest and help the Caligard with things like this that happened.
So
Must be more than a little civil unrest for the whole hunt to need to be here.
Roll me an insight check.
Please. Fucking hell.
No.
Jesus Christ.
Your dice are not your friends today.
It's a 9. Can I bronze here?
We have 3.
Well, I bronze here.
Anyway,
What?
Huh?
Oh,
Sorry, there was something
it's supposed to have a new thing.
I've got it,
isn't
but I haven't fucking written it down.
No.
So I haven't
Will a
given it to you.
bronze here
A Brunzia, ooh,
15?
would help you. Look, this dude isn't the best at, being the most deceptive. So
It's a D8 now, isn't it?
Oh.
It is a D8.
It's a D8 now, Abby.
Oh.
I swear to God.
I'm not rolling that set of dice.
Take one of Josh's.
Oh my gosh.
2 pyramids on
That
top of each other.
No, it's that one. Yeah.
Go on. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Oh.
3.
What did I roll?
3.
Dunno.
Rolled a 9.
9, 12.
It's not enough. You see
Thank you.
him say, "That's all we have been asked to do right now."
How many are you? The Obsidian Hunt in total?
I mean, there is
Hundreds?
an outpost here already.
I mean, across the whole of the whole continent.
Oh, across Farrahdor?
Yes.
Maybe something like 5,000?
And you've all been recalled back to Calico, or
Not-
most.
Not all. Just at least one group from every outpost. The majority of the forces across Farrahdor currently reside here.
Wow.
That happened often.
Never before.
What the fuck was that about?
Roll me an insight check.
I'm going to use
Come
lucky.
on, Queen.
The DC is higher now.
I'm using one of my luckies.
Good plan. Oh, you used one already today?
Yes.
Ooh,
Okay.
better than me.
Where's my insight? 15.
Because you failed the first one.
No, 16. 16.
16? Is that for sure?
Yes.
Okay. He's not being truthful with you. There is something. They have been called back for something else as well.
And this has happened before, or?
What? Which this thing right here? Or
Yeah.
being called here has not happened before.
No, like this thing has happened before.
I thought you meant the
Oh.
recall.
I thought you meant the
Oh.
recall as well.
No. Sorry, I meant that. But we could say I'm talking about the recall if you want.
Both?
So, regarding the recall, he says, regarding this exact circumstance,
Yeah.
he says there have been a number of outbursts recently, like this one. They seem to be targeting facilities, stealing, and defacing property.
Stealing what?
He looks at the other dude.
Where?
Make me a persuasion check.
Yeah. 19.
They have been hitting specific facilities. They have been hitting Barrowden protection facilities.
Barrowden?
Barrowden.
What is Barrowden?
He, raises his eyebrows and nods his head behind you. And you see the gentleman that was up on the stage unveiling the statue. You see a nice suit, a little bit plump. Dude's got grey hair that is basically almost in a halo around his head, and he's bald on top. You can see there is a level of wealth that just exudes off this gentleman on the stage. It is the company he owns.
And what do they create?
They create the equipment and the gear that they use to extract the heart thing.
Colossus shards.
Yes,
And would you be right in assuming that happens in the mist?
it does, yes.
Those people that were dead in that cart, they'd been burned with holy fire, similar to what would happen to one when they touched the shard. Is that because they tried to steal the shards, or because they are forced to work with it?
He gestures his arms out and he says, "I've been here for 3 or 4 days. I don't really know what's going on. I've just been told to help these people." He points to the 3 Caligard behind him, and I'm doing that.
So they're stealing protective equipment.
Looks like it.
That paints a picture, doesn't it?
Well,
Thank you.
I appreciate everything you've
Thank you.
done for us, and I'll put my arm out, shake his hand.
You put your arm out and he grabs your hand and he shakes it and he says, he turns you around a bit and he points in a direction, and you can see sort of one of the sides of the bowl on the southern side, sort of down here on this mountain wall. It says that direction to the to the outpost.
All right, I appreciate it.
No problem.
Could you also point me in the direction of the post office?
Oh, he like speaks to his friend for a second. Yeah, it's actually only a couple of blocks away from here. He like points you in the direction.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
No.
I think that's everything. Good luck with, whatever you're up to.
Yeah, take care of yourselves.
You too.
And you.
Me too.
Would y'all mind swinging by the post office on the way?
Of course.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
right there.
I'm expecting.
Thanks.
We're already here.
You're expecting something?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
It's not going to make a difference if I tell them 10 minutes from now. It's still,
I'll be as quick as I can.
yeah, honestly, it's
Sure.
fine. Let's go.
I
Yeah.
wonder to what extent the Obsidian Hunt's been briefed on this whole situation.
Is
That man seemed to know bits.
it the type of thing, Ranga, where it's your superiors give you a job and you just do it?
No, I mean, mostly we pick out our own jobs.
Yeah.
This is real weird to me. I've never really heard of them doing anything, especially for, well, not government, but,
Yeah.
stuff like this.
It does seem strange.
Stealing protective equipment. And the fact that
They think they're trying to mine the shards themselves.
I
Like,
think
That
maybe
would
they're
make sense for the
They're
scars.
already trying to mine them and they're not being given the proper precautions to do
Yes.
so.
The fact they have to steal the protective equipment rather than just being given it
Because it's there. He makes it, obviously. It's available.
could be a case of he pays them and expects them to spend their own money to protect themselves, further locking them into the loop of poverty.
I just have a monopoly on it.
Let's go to the post office.
Right.
We do. We go.
You head in the direction that he tells you. You come out of this general square here, and you go into more of the side streets. But you do see a small, obviously very close to closing at this point. A few people are behind the counters, just like filing bits of paperwork. There's letters that are being put in. Like, those wooden section offs where it's like, okay, this is going to this section, this is going to this section. You can see them all just like filing bits, like big sacks of mail in there. And you head in. You see there's a woman behind the counter that addresses you. Sorry, we're about to close.
Can I just quickly ask, I've been traveling for some time. Do you have a letter here for a silence God be here?
Give me 2 seconds. You see her like head over and look through a pile. And then she moves to the
Sorry.
over in some crunchy what's there.
loud there.
You see her move on to the next pile and take a little look through, and she like shakes her head, and then she goes to a pile towards the back that looks maybe like it's been there for a little while. It looks like a little bit forgotten. She like cycles through, and then she like pulls one out. What was the second name?
God be here.
I think this one's for you. And she like walks over. There you go.
Thank you kindly.
You see just a plain
Pay on
letter.
collection.
Theodore, please.
You just see a plain letter that has that writing on the front,
Mm-hmm.
plain and simple.
Real
Thank
quick,
you.
well, who was the owner of the protective equipment company? Barrow or something?
Farrahdor.
It was
Farrahdor.
called, Barrowden Protection.
Barrow Den.
Can I just quickly open the letter? I'm not going to read it fully, but can I put my hands to it and send out my little silver just to see if it's written in Celestial or not?
It just seems to be written in common.
Oh dear. I put it away.
Okay. You see,
Carry
like, she thanks you, and they go back to sorting all of the post here, like, putting some collections. Some people are coming in, like, taking these big sacks out the back. As you, like, head out the shop, you see her, like, pull the front up and come out and, like, lock the front door and turn the sign to close as you just made it.
Any luck?
Yeah, I got it.
Who from? Sorry, no offense, but who from?
The gentleman I was speaking to in Folkestone Pass.
Well, thank
the one
you.
from the temple. The one you
telling me.
mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Do you need a hand reading it? You all right?
I will do, but we'll wait. We'll wait till tonight.
Of course. Of course. All right. Well, we'll go find the hunt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As we kind of walk off. Sorry, do you want to say something?
No.
Oh. As we walk off, I'm going to kind of hang back with Lauren a little bit. I thought he was not the best.
No. Sorry.
It's okay. You finish your Watsons.
You really excited, Abby?
Yeah.
Go for it. Little secrets off camera.
It's not.
I'll get another one while I wait.
Okay.
No. I could see that Abby was
Yeah, no,
excited for
she's
something.
like-
True. Oh wow. Okay.
Like what?
You're
Wow.
I wanna know. I wanna know.
You can say it. It's fine.
okay.
Secrets.
So you know the book, the Mistborn
Yes.
books.
Yes.
I don't want to spoil anything for you, but I was like, he's accidentally genuinely writing the plot of Mistborn. It's so close to the plot of Mistborn. And I thought maybe like you'd read more than I thought, and you
No.
were like, "Oh, that's sick. I'll put it in."
We just read the prologue.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we've
Literally, we read the prologue, never read anything else
book.
about it.
Put so much of that in here already.
That's
Wow.
wild.
Oh my god.
Wow.
That's
He's just going to read his own
You
campaign
can
in
just
the
kill
book.
me, Brandon Sanderson. Don't. And
What happened
Travis
at
answered
the
if I
post office?
have plagiarized any of your work, I haven't read it
Yet.
yet.
What happened at the post office?
Oh, I got my letter and it was in common, and I'm like, whoop.
Guess I'll die.
Lenore knows
Silent
that she's
told
got it.
Lenore.
Yeah. Wow. Group growth. I love that.
Yeah. Wow, we had got something and didn't have
Yeah.
everyone else.
Oh my gosh. As
Wow.
Theo says that. What? Sorry, what did he say?
I said, I thought that man was bad news.
He is. But she told me just then that she got it. Something she wouldn't have done a few weeks ago. She told me that she believes he's connected somehow to Sagetsin.
I
And
see.
she thinks if anyone, she'd be able to do a good job of getting in there and finding out information.
Do you think she still allies herself with him?
Silence. No.
Good. Okay.
No, I don't. And I don't think she'd mind you asking either. For what it's worth.
Yeah. I guess I'm just not used to talking openly just yet.
Understandable.
I actually will go over to silence. I was talking to Lenore. This man,
Mm.
the one who didn't seem fantastic.
Siltico.
Yes. What are your intentions? You ally yourself with him?
Well, not him specifically. He, as far as I'm aware, is still in Folkestone Pass. But he is a part of some group that is clearly separate from the rest of the Ashen Heart, as it were, the remnants. He had a saying under his eye, and we were clearly supposed to answer and did not know the answer. And at the time, my perhaps lack of knowledge of the world, I half presumed that he meant my father, that my father's influence reached further than Bastion, but now,
I
seeing
hope not,
everything,
what I've heard.
it's him or Sagetsin. Take your pick.
Not great choices.
No.
So this is more just trying to get any information you can.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
At the time, it wasn't. At the
No.
time, I wanted to reach out to members of the Ashen Heart to get some kind of barometer on this world. I only had the perspectives that I had gained traveling with yous, and I wanted some more perspectives more akin to what I was used to. And I wrote the letter to that gentleman with that intention of reaching out genuinely. But since everything that's happened, my mind has been changed on that.
Now with the perspective of the Saps and the perspective of Bolo and
Yeah.
all these people. Okay, good.
Mm.
That reassures me a bit.
I do think that might be useful. I might be able to. I think there's probably, I don't know how many half Celestials they got in their group, but I imagine that they would covet one if they could.
No, I agree. I think it might behoove us to almost pretend to ally yourself with them at least. They'll give you more information if they think you're on their side.
That's my thought.
Okay, good. We'll carry on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. From this point to the south, everyone make me a perception check as we go.
Fucking hell.
15.
I was going to say not again.
25.
25.
Dirty 20.
15.
Go on.
I don't even know. Rolled a 2.
Nice.
You two, as you're walking through the city here, you begin to see a couple of things that pique your interest. There is what looks like a magic shop that you pass, called Cloaks and Capes.
Oh my gosh.
What does that mean?
Our friends Robbie and Carly, they do loads of D&D homebrew and they're called Cloaks and
Oh,
Capes.
I love
They
that.
do. They will give you the magic items last
I was
campaign.
going to say, was it
Oh
Infinity
my
gauntlets,
God.
the
Yes.
ticking thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
sick.
were so
And
sick.
I said to Robbie, I was like, hey, I'm going to put you in the game and I'm going to do a very poor representation of both of you. Please don't be offended by it. But it means I can have you both in the game and I can
that's
put your
nice.
magic items in the shop and you can basically just like live in the world.
Oh, that's
Oh
sweet.
my
And Robbie was
God.
like, go for it.
Oh,
I
I
love it.
love that.
So-
If anyone
Nice.
hasn't looked at it, check it out.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
items are sick.
100%. Shout out Close and Capes.
Yeah.
Such good people. Really
So
are.
you see a very well looked after, beautiful shop with this like purple wood on the outside, lots of glass so you can see onto the inside. And on the inside, they seem to obviously be like closing down for the day, but there is a lot of very beautiful magic items going on inside there.
I very clearly like slow down to a crawl as we pass this shop, and I'm just
Cartoon
rubbing that
eyes.
yeah.
I'm going to like stick my head over his shoulder and look at what he's looking at as well. I'm like, oh.
We need to come back here tomorrow.
Still
It looks like they're closing up. We could try and go in
They're
now.
still open. We stopped at the post office. It depends on what you think, Ranga.
What time is it now? I need my watch. What time is it now?
About 6.
And they roughly probably close it at 6.
Yeah, it might be those annoying people who hang around and they're like, oh yeah, keep the doors.
We could.
I
I
don't really like being that person, even though I really want to go in.
How about we come back first thing in the morning?
Yeah.
I'm like up against the window.
First thing. As
You go up
soon
against
as
the
we
window and you
awake.
see inside there is a halfling gentleman with like grey hair that is like very neatly parted down the side. It's like combed back and combed over, like gelled, quite very, 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 very slick. Cleanly shaven with a big set of like jam jar glasses in there, nice little waistcoat, and he's like taking some of the magic items off the wall, and you're like looking at them, and you see him, and he's just like looking at you as he like
Trying to camouflage in.
almost like a guitar on a holder. There is like a sword on a holder, and he like picks it up and he's like bringing it down. He's like turns around and walks into the back room, and you see him talking to somebody else. And you see in the back there is a very beautiful elven woman with this like bright red hair. There's like a braid cutting down the side, and the rest of it's like pulled over to the side.
Red hair.
But you see
I
her.
was interested.
She you can see he goes to the back with the magic item. You see him like put it down, and he's like pointing at the window and talking to her, and you see
Gets
her
out
like
gun.
she's got like a heavy set of goggles on her forehead and like a couple of tools in her hand, and you can see like she just like from the back, like her head comes into the doorway and she's like looking at you, whereas you can see he's like,
I pull away from the window.
you pull away from the window and she's like, and she begins to talk to him again, and he comes
Carly's
back.
gonna fight you.
She comes back out and like he comes back out and begins to get all of the magic items, and they're taking them away so they couldn't be robbed during the night,
I'm actually going
which
to.
they're now extremely scared of.
I'm going to use just the cantrip, the sending message. I forget. I get them mixed up.
Message, yeah.
The cantrip one, and just send a little cantrip and just be like,
I'm watching you.
I'll see you tomorrow.
heavy breathing.
When the sun rises, expect me.
You see, he's doing that. The steam's on the window.
His nose is pressed up
Yeah.
against the window.
I just say, we're not going to disturb you while you're packing up. We'll be back tomorrow.
Do you send that to
Punches-
which one of them do you send it to?
The guy.
Yeah, you hear.
I do it with. As I
Okay,
walk away.
that might be one of the most disturbing introductions I've ever had, though.
I'm sorry, I'm just excited. It's been a while since I saw a magic shop of this caliber.
Okay,
See ya.
okay,
I walk
friend.
away.
He's walking away, slightly leaning over. like,
You horrible.
Dreadful. He's fucking pitching a tent.
But is it from the magic shop or is it from the redhead?
Dreadful.
You know, earlier when you were trying to disappoint me and you told a really sweet...
Our context, that is.
Anyway.
I
You
love-
succeeded in your task is what I was trying to say.
Love my friends. Love my friends.
Anyway, you two also see
Jesus.
a number of temples and churches as you go. Notably, up here you see one of the halls of Medeus. You see another house of Hestalia. But that's all you see on your walk from this point to where you're going.
And this is south, is it?
So yeah, you're heading from sort of like northeast in Caligor to the south, and on the way down, these are the like notable things that you see.
How long is it going to take us to get there?
You're probably going to get there in an hour and a half, 2 hours or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, we'll just take it in as we go. I think Lenore's going to keep an eye out for anyone who looks like the people, like the person with the kit tattoo. Not necessarily them, but just anyone who obviously doesn't belong.
Similar
up here.
clothing and that.
Yeah.
Mistborn.
The Mistborn.
You do see you don't really see anyone like that for the rest of your journey, to be honest. The only people who really do stand out is you do see another couple of people from the hunt
Yeah.
that are walking with other Caligard, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Is it like, since this has happened, it feels a bit more high alert? Like, is there a lot of Caligard?
It feels like the moment you walked in to get into the center, to the square, you didn't really see many people at all. You saw the person hotwire in the car and then like 2 other guards, whereas now you're beginning to see a few more guards and a few more people from the hunt around the streets, as if they've sent a few patrols out.
Is there like civilians out?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
still civilians out,
Yeah.
walking the streets, just, heading out for maybe a couple of drinks, maybe something nice to eat or something like that.
Dinner and show.
Just going for a walk together, getting a nighttime walk, as it's still, very nice weather.
Yeah.
Past any inns or anything like that?
Yeah, you've passed a number of establishments where you can stay.
Any laying lovers specifically?
There is a laying lovers
Yay!
As we go past, I'll be like, anyone more stay until we've filled up a loyalty card?
What does a loyalty card get us? Free night?
Yes, I think so. Is it one free night?
Get a free night?
Oh, that's
Get a free night.
very good.
I wonder what this one's theme is.
Oppression. That's a joke.
It's a good one.
Wealth inequality.
I know that Silver's family, they own an inn.
Oh, they do?
An inn?
They do, yes.
Oh.
In the mist.
Yes. Now, it might not be... I don't know how the conversation's going to go, so it might be a situation of not wanting to stay, but it's an option if...
If you are new, I don't mind.
Were you hoping to talk to them tonight?
No. I'm hoping I can put it off for as long as possible.
You'll have to face it eventually. But
Yeah.
you take your time. How long you need.
We'll see how things pan out.
I mean, we'll be going down there. I imagine eventually we don't like to keep our nose out of other people's businesses, I've noticed.
True.
That's maybe like 2 or 3 minutes after this conversation, I'm just gonna nudge the air lamp Brunzier, have you ever been here before?
I have not, no. It was very close, and we heard a lot of things, but the relationship between Lavender Bay and the rest of Farrahdor was never particularly good, and that had heightened over the years that I grew up into adulthood. So I had never gone anywhere out of Lavender Bay.
Wow. And that's
Until now.
why you want to see everything.
Yes. I mean, look, that rib cage. Fascinating.
True.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right?
I've never seen anything like that.
Same. A colossus.
Yes. I didn't even know something like that existed.
You know, even though Wolo told us about it, you know, it kind of felt like unbelievable.
Yeah.
But now that we can actually see it, you know,
I agree.
it makes it just feel all that more real.
The scale is remarkable.
I mean, even you, when you saw it, you said it was unimaginably large, but it was. I couldn't picture it, and now to think a whole city in the ribcage, simply the ribcage. It's crazy.
And do you think this walked the earth alive one time?
Theo, since, you know, you're good with anatomy and everything,
Mm.
say if the Colossus was built off maybe a humanoid body,
Yes.
whereabouts would the head be if you can have a look at how big the ribs are and everything like that?
I kind of pull out my map and I try and extrapolate roughly where the head would be, where this kind of taking into account the ribcage, etc.
Mhm. You can see that it is. I'll bring the map up for you at home as well. Give me 1 second. Boom. Man, I'm such a fucking gamer.
Oh my god.
Poggers.
Yeah,
Pog the
exactly.
Jack.
So this is Caligo proper in this like bowl. That hill that you sort of got to was this area, and then you sort of walk down, and then it's built in a bowl around here.
Does the ball seem like is that the chest cavity, the size of this ball?
So as the city descends into the mist, as these mountains take either side, the ribcage comes up here and here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you just knowing anatomy, you can see the shorter ribs seem to be at the bottom, and they get bigger as you go up. So if there were a head, it would be built underneath Caligo proper.
Bloody hell.
Right, okay.
Well, that's
Okay.
a scary thought.
I see,
Yeah.
I get it now, yeah. Huge.
Very big. And I guess I don't necessarily know anything about the actual anatomy of Colossi. But do we know if they were roughly humanoid shaped?
They were exactly humanoid shaped.
Okay.
They were built. They had like a framework of a skeleton that was like built upon with the heart, and the extremities were built out of stone.
Right.
Like it didn't have flesh. It was stone.
And were they stone coloured, do I recall?
Yes.
Yeah.
The outside is stone colored.
Kind of like a big golem.
Yes.
Big stone golem.
See, I picture them, the Reggie Pokemon, like Reggie Ice, Reggie Rock, and Reggie Steel. I
I can
picture
send
them like Reggie Rock.
I'll show you.
Exactly.
I'll show
Exactly.
you guys what
I forgot
they
they
actually
were
look
rock.
like.
I picture them like the Attack on Titan people.
Which one? Which one?
I don't know, the big people.
What the
Have you not
hell?
seen Attack
They
on
have
Titan?
names? No.
Of course he hasn't.
Oh, man.
There's one literally called the Colossus Titan, isn't
Yeah.
there?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the one that I was
Yeah.
talking
Yeah.
about.
Colossal
That guy.
Titan. Yeah.
I'll see if I can find it for you.
That guy. Love that guy.
Love that
Yeah.
guy, my dude.
To be fair, I've only
My
seen
G.
like 2 seasons and I just got fucking sick of it.
I watched it all.
I need to watch the
Peak.
last. Yeah.
Peak. I love it.
I read the
it.
Wikipedia of the plot.
It's the
I
same
need to
thing.
watch the
Same as
last
watching it,
season.
yeah.
I really do. It was when they were like, "This is the beginning of the end of the start of the end, the last chapter to the final number one."
They did kind of
Yeah.
stretch it out at the end, to
Yeah.
be fair. But you know what?
I
It was
loved
great.
it.
It was
I-
absolutely great.
We watched
Loved
it
it.
together.
We did.
Years
we did.
and years ago.
When we were in uni. We
Yeah.
did
Yeah.
years
I
ago.
mean, it did take a long time, really, from the
it did.
beginning to the end.
Yeah,
it
it
took
did.
a long, long time.
Yeah, because what? I think it finished last year? No, maybe
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
year
I
before.
think so, last year.
What, 2024?
I think so, yeah.
I
When we were
think-
doing our last campaign, I think. It
Yeah.
finished.
Yeah.
I think so, anyway. Might
And-
be a little bit more, but
And then I
Somewhere
think,
around
didn't it
that.
start in like 2011, 2012?
yeah, something
Something
like
like
that.
that.
So it looks like
Yeah.
something like this.
Oh,
Yeah. That's
yeah.
cool.
Oh,
So
he's
that's-
sick.
What it would have looked like when it was built.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Can they see that?
I don't think so.
Oh.
That's okay. You can just
Fine.
look at
Yeah, Google
Colossal
Colossal.
D&D 2025.
Yeah.
That looks very
Just make
cool.
it up in your mind.
He's
Yeah,
Your
you
mind
fucking,
palace.
that's the point of fucking D&D, man.
I thought you were going to say he's
Just
sexy.
lie for a
I
quick
mean,
second there. Remind me of Cyberman as well from...
Yeah,
From
he did
Doctor
look like
Who,
a
yeah,
Cyberman.
yeah.
Yeah, it looks a bit like a Cyberman. Yeah.
I nearly went exterminate. I've not said
That's what Alex.
That's what they say.
I've not seen Doctor Who either.
That's the wrong enemy. So yes, you would if there was still a skull,
Mhm.
it would have been buried underneath Calico proper.
And the rib cage, is that also stone or is that bone?
That is bone. So that's
Okay.
like the framework underneath the exterior.
Gotcha.
I haven't
Went
been
to
rolling with my exhaustion. Sorry.
Oh,
okay.
me neither.
Oh my god.
Me neither. I'm not gonna lie. I even
But-
put it there to remind me and
You know what?
still forgot.
I've wrote it at the top of my
You-
page.
You see one of these houses of Astalia, which you also saw in Parthenae, but a far smaller one. This is far bigger. But you also see your first ever Hall of Medeus, and
There's not one for Turfinair.
not in this part of the city. You've just gone through. These two are usually quite interconnected.
Yeah.
Like knowledge and magic usually go hand in hand. So if you do see temples, they are commonly quite close together. But
We say nature and magic.
knowledge and
Knowledge.
magic.
Knowledge and magic.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So a House of Histalia and a Hall of Medeus.
Yeah.
Do you think?
You see out the front of the hall a couple of statues have been put up. You see a statue of two old and like a old elven couple, like arms around each other, like lovingly, and like arms out to the city or something. A statue of those two together, and then you see probably one of the first depictions of a saint since you have been wandering Farrahdor. You see like the like bare legs and feet of one is low, like the knee is bent on one, as the beautiful flowing like dress that comes down to like the knees. This is a statue, and on the like heart is a eye, and there is two like wings that come out with like scriptures on the like. There's no feathers on the wings. There's like two bones that come out, and then like writing that like comes off to make what would be the wings. And then you see as it goes into the head, there is like a helmet on it with an eye in the middle.
What kind of stuff does the writing say?
It's all in like different language, but there is at the bottom a plaque of Medeus's last words before he ascended.
Oh, so this is Medeus.
This is Medeus.
I see.
And the elven couple, was there a plaque or anything to say who they are?
There is, yeah, there is. Do you take a bit of time to
Yeah.
Yeah.
like
I think Theo
go?
would definitely be interested in the
Yeah.
halls of Medeus at least. Slow down, have a look at these
Yeah, I was
plaques.
gonna
Yeah.
say.
Nice.
Do
Yeah,
you think you might want
you.
to go in at some point after we're done?
I would actually, yes. It's not urgent, but I'd like to visit.
Yeah, might as well.
Mm-hmm.
You see two names, Katia and Holinae Medea.
Katia and Holinae.
How do we spell
So-
them? Sorry.
Katyr
Mm-hmm.
and Holone.
Yeah.
Katia and Holinae Medea. This old-looking elven couple.
We can assume these were Medeus's parents.
Yeah. And it says a general quote about how their generosity and their funding helped get the Mages of Madai like set up. And you would probably know, Theo, that they are like well-renowned figures, well-respected figures, people who poured a lot of their livelihood, and they had great wealth, and they spent the majority of it getting infrastructures alongside the Equitas Circle like put in place. They
Were
were
they like political figures as well?
they weren't, but when you have that much money, you almost can't not be political.
Are they still alive now?
They are not. They sadly passed away not a huge amount of time after Medeus ascended.
And so was this like they were already rich, like Medeus was kind of a generational wealth kind of guy?
Yeah.
Or
Nepo baby.
Nepo baby.
Yeah.
Nepo baby god. Okay.
But there was another one who ran for the Saint of Arcane.
Yes, Irenaeus Ven.
Yes. And that was before Medeus.
That
Or was that in contention with?
Yeah. There's like a saint every 4 years, and in the lead up, they were the two front runners.
Right.
They were the
right.
two front runners with the things that they had invented.
But we don't know what became of Irenaeus Ven.
You don't know because it's not common
Bless you.
knowledge, but his studies sort of got pushed away.
Yeah.
What he was trying to teach and what he was trying to bring to the forefront as his case to be the
Yeah, I can't help
the front runner for the Saint of Arcane got when Medeus got chosen, got pushed to the side and like isn't taught anymore.
So sorry, this is such old news, but can you remind me of what all the saints are of?
Yeah. So we have the first saint, which is Vittoria, which is the saint of life. There is the second saint, the saint of death, Zereth. There is the third saint, Medeus of Arcane. There is the fourth saint, Hystalia of knowledge. And then there is the fifth, Turafine of nature.
And was there more to be filled?
There is still more to be filled.
There's two more?
There is two more, yeah.
Yeah.
What was the last? Turafine, the one that we know
Turafine.
the most about.
We are currently in between. Like Turafine ascended not super long ago.
Mm-hmm.
So we are now in the search for the last two saints, which would be War and Order.
Oh, interesting. We don't think we knew that.
I don't think we did.
Ooh.
So in Folkestone Pass, not Folkestone Pass, the Linden River, there was a shrine to Turafine.
Yeah, there was an ascension site of Turafine.
Did it also have a statue of Turafine like this? Like this place has the statue of?
No.
No.
It had a stone statue. This you can see is like the ones of these two people here are made of like stone and brass. There is like far more wealth here to have erected a big statue and a big piece.
Was this Medeus' ascension site, Caligo?
This was not his ascension site.
Where was? Do we know where his ascension site was?
I don't think you know right now.
Yeah, yeah. Is he
I
from
mind.
Caligo?
Medeus, make me a history check. I'll say that you can get in on that as well.
Good, because I got a 3.
Oh,
Well, no, you got good pluses.
I do. I mean, that is it's still not great. 12.
That isn't great.
Never mind.
Understood. But we're currently looking at statues of Medeus' parents,
Mhm.
who a Nepo baby Medeus.
And yeah, essentially.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool. But, I mean,
Um,
his work was good.
Medeus.
Didn't we have? Didn't?
Mm-hmm.
Mana. It's mana, yeah.
But didn't Akia reckon that he stole it, or am I making that up? Wasn't Akia like? Oh,
I don't recall that.
I don't recall either.
So what Akia was looking at was Irenaeus Ven's
Yeah.
work.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something that, it's not that it's like forbidden or banned, it's just not been continued.
Mhm.
Thus, not being as popular. And as every year goes on, books go missing, things get thrown away. It's just like fading into obscurity what he did.
Did we figure out at the time what he did?
You
Would
didn't?
I know what he did?
You can give me a history check.
I would love to give you a track. And I'm really interested, so I'm going to use a lucky on this one.
Go for it.
Natural 20.
Ooh.
What's
For
it
a
for?
31. Oh, no, wait. It's history, isn't it?
History.
Oh, 28. It's,
Oh,
not, it's not my
it's not
expertise.
time
Dale.
to-
Wow,
It's-
that's shit.
It's still very good.
It's not an expertise skill.
You know that he was pioneering something called soul sanctuaries,
Ooh, okay.
which was a very, very, very contentious but something that people saw the promise of was when somebody died, their soul could be maintained, and when a body or vessel was available, it could be put into it.
Interesting.
Are you the protege?
Because in the last campaign, there was that situation with the Farrahdor where they stopped people's souls from getting away. We put them in a box, didn't we? Or something like that. We put them in somewhere
Took like their soul like wisps or
and
whatever.
stopped them from traveling. Would that be that kind of technology? Or is that a different thing? Am I barking completely the wrong tree here?
Maybe a different thing.
Okay.
I think there's been a lot of souls.
Yeah.
A lot of soul
Stuff.
sucking and containing in these campaigns. But with a 28, you know a couple of things. You know that it was, while it was obviously revolutionary, the fact that the example that was always given was somebody great, a generational talent of something, was taken from us too early by sickness, by whatever it may be that ailed them, and somebody who was set to be executed for crime, for whatever they had done, would then forfeit their soul and give the body to the soul of the generational talent.
Oh.
Oh God.
Don't like that.
Oh God. Matthew's like, yeah, no.
Yeah, oh.
Same.
Oh my God, same.
Oh,
No, same. Oh God. Oh no.
That's terrible.
Oh.
Terrible news. That's, yeah. Yeah, totally not on
Say it
board
with
that
me.
one.
That might be a bit of eugenics.
Say it with me. Eugenics. Eugenics.
We'll think about it.
With the 20, with the 28, you would know that it was heavily funded by Katia and Holiday.
Oh.
Interesting.
It was heavily funded, the research and the work that went into it, because while Iranas had basically found the formula and way to do it, the components to do it were unbelievably rare. So the funding was always there until one day it wasn't.
I see. And was that... Did that happen to line up with when the race for the sainthood began by any chance?
No.
Oh.
They funded him for a long time until a handful of months before the end.
I see.
And they passed away shortly after Medeus.
Yeah,
Ascended.
not super long after Medeus ascended.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do we know what became of Iranas then? Or do we not know yet?
Ever since that, like his rise to fame and his very obviously contentious research and study, he went missing after Medeus was chosen.
Oh dear. It's like Disney with the frozen head and whatever. You know?
What?
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Scrap that. Never mind.
But gone.
I had one quick question. Like
Cost.
when someone, if you kind of took someone's soul out and replaced it with another person's soul, would, you know, for all intents and purposes, that person be indistinguishable from the original person? Like, would their voice be the same? Like everything be the same about them?
So the obviously voice would change because the voice is created by the body and the vocal cords and things like that.
But the voice
so,
would be the same as the original, as the body's.
as the
one
body,
was.
yeah. But the personality would be from the original person.
Yeah.
The thoughts would be the same as the original person.
But if you kind of, you know, saw someone on the street who'd been soul swapped, you wouldn't be able to
Recognize
tell.
them. No.
I would love to know Theo's opinions on this. I'd love to know.
I'd like to know.
Another argument, perhaps?
But
I take off my quadrivial I love Ernest Vale t-shirt.
you see,
Aaron is offended, nothing wrong.
Free my man.
you see on that like brass statue of this depiction of the Saint of Arcane, with all of these different runes hanging from the like bone wings that come out, all these different like glyphs of magic that have been written on these like tattered scriptures that hang from these wings, and like this simple like white, what would be white, like tunic that they've got on, and then the helmet that covers the eyes, and you can just see the nose, and the helmet sort of comes down the side with the eye on the top. You can see at the bottom the plaque says the last thing that Medeus said, and it says, "In rising, I hopefully now am saved."
Gosh.
Hmm.
Oh my god.
Okay.
These saints don't seem all too saintly.
What is that? Is that commenting on what that means? Like, is it commenting on that he was in danger, or he was dying, or something?
Roll me a history check.
Yeah, I'm not gonna look you this one. I just count on the dice. 15.
15. Okay. There's two things that you could have got there, and you only got one. Just so you know. Medeus had a degenerative disease his entire life.
Mm-hmm.
And that maybe would be a comment on now him having the chance and the opportunity to become a saint.
Yeah.
Has essentially saved his life.
And also maybe a comment on why his parents funded
Mm-hmm.
the other person's research
Oh my
into
god.
giving.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Interesting. Would the other thing that I could learn be potentially within grasp with the Barunzia? Or is it
Yes.
too far away?
D8.
It's worth it? Is it worth
Yep.
it? We're going to Barunzia that one, lads and lass. Barunzia, have you... I'll kind of bring him out just so he can kind of like float with us and look at this thing with us. Have you ever heard of this phrase, what it might mean? Another 3, so 18.
Not enough.
Oh, good try.
He says, "I definitely don't, but I think you might. Let me see if I can unlock part of that brain for you." And you see just like that wisp of gold go into your ear, and you just
like,
feel
"Nope."
his like influence on your brain for a second, but nothing.
I'm not sure.
You three all roll me a intelligence check.
Oh, wow.
Yes! Natural 20s all around.
Hey,
0.
hey, you don't get it.
2.
It's on you, Josh.
8.
8. Good to know.
Nice. Big brain.
We are so
gang.
smart. SMRT.
We're all line dancing back here. Theo's like, and I'm teaching you all how to do the band jig.
Did you get a natural 1?
Yeah.
Let's go.
A big 0.
Let's go.
Nice one, well done,
Let's
guys.
go. Yep. You can always count on
So
us.
what did we learn, Jack?
Not a huge amount.
What?
Unlucky
We got
guys.
0, 2, and 8.
Oh my god, incredible.
You know what?
Oh, well.
Actually, no
You know what?
less than I did before
Exhaustion
that.
would have been a -1.
You actually forget something you already know.
You forget how to breathe.
Yeah. No.
Oh my god.
Oh, well, like, well, I guess it must be nothing.
Who's Kavandir?
Yeah, what a nerd.
There might be more information inside if we come back another day.
Yeah,
You could always ask the people in the temple.
Yeah.
I'm sure they know all about him.
definitely.
Yeah. But for now, we'll carry on. We have somewhere to be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, you continue to head on, and eventually you do... Go on.
I was gonna say, are we going down?
You are
Or
sort
going
of
like a long.
You've gone
kind of
down a
it's
bit
going
and then
down?
they're heading back up the other side of this ball. It's very
Yeah.
it's strange because from the outside it looks obviously quite intense because you were looking at it from such a high point, looking at the whole city. But when you're in there, you feel like bits of incline and bits of decline, but it doesn't really feel like you're ever going uphill or downhill, really.
How do you spell Irinus Vey, by the way?
How do you spell Irinus Ven? You spell it Irihnas
Mm-hmm.
Ven.
Nice. Thank you.
Cool. Yep, we can see going.
You eventually get to the place that the destination that you were looking for. You've, probably passed about an hour. It's about 7 o'clock now. The sun's going down, the sun's setting. People are very much in their finished work, going out for the night or settling down for the night, and the streets are a little bit quieter. And you eventually get to the hunt facility here. And you can see here that it is not quite as barbaric as the other that you have come across so far. It still has, skulls here and there and tusks here and there, but there is not like a mammoth tusk like either side of the doorway and
T-Rex head.
Yeah.
you can't hear quite as much raucous behaviour inside. Braggadocious peacock.
We're all sat there with top hats and fucking drinking tea with a teacup.
This sounds
Splendid hunt.
This sounds like Oxford City Centre, where all the buildings have to be the same. Yeah. So you've got like boots with like old-timey shit on the front.
You can see that this is definitely more of a headquarters than it is a active like outpost. You don't imagine within the city of Caligo there is much monster hunting to do, but it is a very good focal point for the south and the north regions, and head office for a number of reasons is always going to be in a particularly large city for any meetings that need to go on and things like that, which is very much what this place is for. But it is still open for people to go in. There are still people working in there. If you would like to head in.
Yes.
I'll just slowly head on in, I guess. No booting the doors this time, I guess.
What?
You slowly head on in, and there's still that wooden, rustic feeling in here when you get inside. There are some open fires to keep the place warm. There are still, hunts that have been completed hanging from the wall, but it is just a little bit toned down because of the place that it is. But one thing that you do see is you see a picture as you walk in behind you on above the door of a gentleman that you have seen now, which is Ranga's father. You see him stood there. One second, let me just get it up. You see him in probably his most famous kill, the kill that put him on the map, the kill that began all of this. You see a slightly younger version of the Razan that you were shown before. He still has the long white hair that is tied at the back, but it doesn't seem to be like braided, maybe a little bit shorter. Still in a sort of low ponytail. Cleanly shaven face, younger, with a few less scars on, and a really like simple, almost just a number of pelts tied together with a blade of obsidian that seems to have just been strapped to a piece of wood as a handle. A weapon that was forged by his own hand by the things that he could find to save his people in the very first instance from the thing that was hounding them. You see under one of his feet, as he stands like on a rock with his foot on the kill, a quadrupedal beast with tusks that come out of the lower jaw to the side, with a vicious row of teeth, with deep red eyes and spikes coming off all of the body. This hulking, dense skin with these huge claws on these like stubby feet. You see what would be described as a nightmare beast.
Oh.
Is that what it's actually called? Or
Yes.
Okay. Oof.
As you see the moment that he bested it on Larupa Isle and saved his people, that which put them on the map as people who could protect others, which is where the hunt began.
Is that what we fought last campaign? Did we fight a nightmare beast?
We've
No.
never fought one.
No.
I'm gonna look up at it and say, that thing killed quite a lot of my dad's friends.
What the fuck is it?
It's a nightmare beast. It's real fucking strong.
And he killed it himself?
No, he went out with a group of his friends in Dargath. A few of them died while they were fighting it as well.
Insane.
Wow.
Are they from the Roper Isle?
Yeah, they were all from Isle. That's where it all started.
Wow.
You know, the nightmare beast used to pick people off when they were out by themselves. Eventually, my dad and his friends couldn't take it anymore, so they went to find it. And even they had a group of about 20 of them, and 4 or 5 of them still died.
And that's why they started the hunt.
Yeah,
And that's why they uphold the values that they do.
yeah, they didn't want to see people suffer.
That's genuinely very noble and
Mm.
valiant.
It is.
I can see where you get your morals from.
Yeah, it feels, good to help other people out like
Mhm.
that.
Mm.
Especially my dad, he's seen firsthand he lost people.
Mhm.
I don't remember it so much because I was only little at the time.
You were alive when this happened?
Yeah,
Wow.
I was
the,
only real small though.
Yeah.
the nightmare beast. Is it called such because it is a thing of nightmares, or is it called such because it manifests from nightmares?
I don't know much about it. I didn't really ask my dad about it. Even though I was, curious, of course. I felt like even though he beat it, he probably still had a lot of bad memories about it, so I didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah. Still lost people.
Mm.
Maybe I'll look into it, but that thing was real strong.
It looks scary.
Yeah, I know. I think even I'd be scared of fighting something like that.
I would certainly like to fight one, that's for
Yes,
sure.
Indeed.
Famous last words. One walks through the door now.
Yeah.
Especially if I end up yet again being the bait. Don't raise your eyebrows, Jack.
Oh no!
Everybody roll for initiative.
Look what's sitting at the desk.
It's working the desk. It's got a day job.
I'll show you a picture of one later. It's
Oh,
Yeah.
it's grim.
Yeah.
I'll have a look around. Is there, desk? What's going on in here? Is it
Here's a nightmare beast
People.
manning the desk.
We're gonna get for you.
Is there is a number of people in here. There seems to be a large amount of paperwork being done right now, and people who are still in these. It's like when you come to work here, even though you work in a desk job, it almost seems like you still have to even look like you're ready to fight someone. Everyone is in leather armor and of some description. But there are a number of people doing their job in here, going around, giving people tickets. There are some people from the hunt coming in and just reporting back and filling out forms and stuff like that.
I think you can see why my dad left Argath to run this place.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll kind of go to a random desk that looks like they might be giving out tickets or whatever.
Yeah, you head over and you see like the guy that's behind it is just working, and like your shadow casts on him and he just looks up. Hello?
Hi. Is Dargath here? I've got some news about Resin that I think you might want to hear.
He just hears you say Dargath and Razin in one sentence and is just sort of like, who are you?
Oh, I'm Ranga Silverwind. Resin's my dad.
Before you even say Razin's my dad, he's like, oh, okay. It's a pleasure to meet you. He puts his hand out.
I'll,
It's
like,
Sir Ranga Silverwind, actually.
oh yeah, I did
It's,
recently
it's
get
actually
knighted.
Knight Ranga Silverwind.
Yeah, I got knighted along the way, but yeah, I'll shake the
This
hand.
dude's just getting fucking blasted.
Very
Just-
nonchalantly
yeah,
saying it as
casually.
well.
Sorry,
I got knighted,
he
so
sort of
what?
like shakes your hand, as he shakes your hand, he sort of like bows at the same time. And as he's bowing, he's like, yes, Knight Ranga.
Yeah, it's just I got told that my dad's been gone a while, but I found something out about, and I think Dargash should probably know.
Let me go and check if he's still here. You see him like get up and goes into the back. And a few moments later, as you're sort of just left in the general open here, as people are like working around you, a few moments later, the door opens as
Can
this
I have a
gentleman.
glance at the paperwork while he's gone? Is it just to do with recalling everyone?
Give me
The
a
paperwork.
give me a investigation check.
Ooh! Oh my god!
It's another natural 20.
Oh my god!
For a total of 31.
Holy shit!
God, you've rolled so many today.
Well, you've rolled 3
It's
today.
been 3 different dice as well.
Yeah, it looks like there is a couple of forms on the desk, and the top form is just somebody just maybe reporting what they saw today, and is just being filed, and you see bits of the thing that you were privy to in the square, like a record of that written down. But underneath with a 31, you see another piece of paper that's slightly poking out, and it has a title called The Peace March on it.
Okay. Can I, if I have time while he's gone, just kind of like nudge that piece of paper, just kind of see, I know we don't have long here, but I'm just going to get a gist of what that's about.
Yeah, okay. What's today's date in game?
65th of Solace Eve.
Nice.
Wow.
Thank you very
Nice.
much.
You had that on lock.
You ripped that off the
quick.
dome.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Jesus.
Okay.
It was quick as Martin Luther King.
There is
I'm on.
there's a date attached to the Peace March, which is the 68th of Solace Eve.
Mhm.
And it's got a list of names. It looks like a list of hunt members which looks extensively long, that are going to be joining the Caligard on a peace march into the mist.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
And that was, what did you say today's date was?
65th of Solace
So
Eve.
in just
3
in 3
days.
days' time, okay. Is Dargath on that list?
Dagathan is not on that list.
Okay. Any prominent names?
Nothing that you can see.
Okay, cool.
Oh, there is one name that you recognize.
Oh.
It is Jeff.
Is it seriously?
It's Jeff.
I was just about to say, can I do a perception check to A, see if anybody's looking at us, and B, see if Jeff's here?
Does Jeff
give
have
me
a last
perception
name on this list, or is it just Jeff?
check. It's
Jefferson.
Jeff Jefferson.
It is Jeff Jefferson.
Nice.
You see, it is. The first name is Geoff, and then the second name is
I see, yeah.
Jeffferson.
Just switch it out.
No! Jeff!
Leave Jeff alone.
Jeff.
My
Like
favourite.
Jeff.
Jeff.
Jeff?
Jeff.
It's
Oh,
25.
eugenics.
25. You do see him in here. He seems to be just in. There's like a wall partition that stops at the desk that you're looking at, and you can see sort of through to the other room. It's like the most pointless door on the left side, because you can just see straight through to the other room when you look over the desk. And you see Jeff is in there just like filling out his paperwork.
I just kind of gesture towards that piece of paper. The peace march. In 3 days. I wonder how peaceful it'll be.
They're going into the mist.
Into the mist.
Oh,
Quite a lot of them.
Jeff's here.
Oh, great.
He's also on the list.
Where?
You went over and punched him in the face.
Lenore's going to. And look at him.
Yeah, you look at him. He's just got a clipboard there, and he's got a pencil, and
Stupid mother.
he's stood up, and he's got his.
Is there
We
nothing
all beat up
wrong?
Lenore.
He's got
How dare you
his.
insult Jeff?
He's got it like just like rested against his tummy, and he's just like writing
Oh.
stuff down.
Oh, he's tummy.
Look, he's doing fine work.
I'm standing here because I want to hear the conversation you're potentially going to have with your father's friend. But just know, if I wasn't waiting for that, I'd be over there right now.
You better not say anything bad to Jeff.
Should we
Leave
invite
Jeff alone.
Should we invite Jeff for drinks tonight?
That's such a good idea.
I think yes. Good idea.
Suddenly I don't want to.
Yes, I'd love to talk to Jeff, actually.
There's one last thing that you see just before this gentleman comes back, and there is a form that says Ica on it somewhere.
A gentle reminder, perhaps? Ica.
There's a form?
There's a form that looks more like a handwritten note that is sort of just sticking out from one of the pieces of paper.
Is it like an order form or like a...
It doesn't look so much like an order form, it just maybe looks like a reminder.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Good.
A reminder to us specifically.
It's in the dome. It's in the dome.
But as you see that, and as this whole Jeff conversation is going on, this gentleman comes back out, and you see behind him a very tall gentleman, but quite wide and stocky, like thick, muscular arms with a brown set of leather armor with pieces of like white fur sticking out in places. Looks very, very well made and put together, something that this person wears very often. You see dark, long hair that's like split down the middle and pulled behind both of the ears that comes down to about the shoulders. You see a big, wide nose and some big brown eyes, thick, set brow, and then a handlebar mustache that comes down both sides and stops about there, all jet black, as this gentleman walks out who is, again, covered in scars. And as he comes out, he like puts his big hand on the door frame and like peeks his head out as this like shorter dude's with him, and he's like pointing. And you see for the first time in a while, you see Dargath poke his head around the corner and see you. And he just puts his hand on this dude's chest and pushes him out the way. And he walks out and like moves the barrier out the way, and he puts both of his hands on your shoulder, way taller than Ranga.
How
And
tall?
he's probably not 6'4", I will say. He's maybe about 6'2", but he
Breed
is
of a man.
he is built like a truck. Wide, thick man. As he sees you there, he says, "What are you doing here, Ranga?"
And I'm gonna just give him a hug. It's good to see you, Dargath.
It's so good to see you. What, are these your friends?
Yeah, these are my friends. This is Silence, this is Lenore, and this is Theo.
Well met.
He just like furrows his brow. Y'all just get registered with the hunt?
Mhm.
Yeah, that was us. We did it up at the tribe at... No? Yeah?
Yeah,
Tribe at
Tribe
Mills.
Yes.
I know I saw your name.
Yeah,
Proud moment for me.
yeah, we got
And I thought I recognized your names.
Yeah.
we got a chimera for the first one. Pretty good.
I heard that's a
It was mainly all Ranga.
That's
being
a real
honest.
fine kill for your first. Well done. And you can see just like when you're hearing him talk, his voice just like fills the room. It's deep. It's welcoming. And he's like, I heard you got a little bit of news about Rezon.
Yeah, I think maybe go somewhere a bit quieter
Yeah.
than here.
Come on. Follow me.
Can I insight check everything just to see if he's like putting on airs,
Mhm.
or if there's maybe like, oh, Ranga's here.
Yeah, go for it.
Was that another one?
By the way, when I've been messing with this, I'm not kidding you. I got 6 natural 20s.
Well, you can't roll that. I'm sorry.
I know I can. But then with my actual dice that I'm actually
Oh
rolling.
my god, yeah, it's so bad.
You haven't noticed, but
Have
I'm
you
actually
rolled over
I'm
10 today?
mentally just channeling your luck into me.
Yeah.
You've rolled over
yeah,
10
yeah.
like once, I think.
Yeah.
Eee.
So that was a 6.
Nice.
Yucky poo poo.
Can't really tell.
What?
But
What?
he like holds this piece of wood open as you all walk in. He takes you into what looks like a back room where a lot of the paperwork is. There is, for a group that kill things for a living, there is a unbelievable amount of back-end paperwork that you need to file. And you can see there is all sorts about jobs that are going on, new members, injuries, deaths and things like that. There is so much to do. There are so many people working back here, but he takes you through like into his office. The office is big just purely because of, you know, the space that this man needs. And there is a big desk in his office with a very wide chair that like tilts back. But there are no like windows in here, but there is a couple of his kills up on the wall. He's still a warrior, especially in his early days, especially when this wasn't such a establishment, such a proper thing, that he still, you know, holds in high regard for himself. But he welcomes you into the office and brings a couple of chairs out so you can all sit in there with him. Now, why don't you go on and tell me what's been happening?
Well, Kaida mentioned that my dad hasn't been seen for a while. And, you know, I was getting worried about him. And Theo here, he's real good with magic and managed to talk to him. I think probably might be a bit better if you explain it to him, Theo.
Sure. There's a. I'm not sure how familiar you are with magic. There's a spell which lets you communicate with people over distances.
Yeah, I heard of things like that.
We thanks to a fantastic description by Ranga, I managed to get in contact with him, and due to the nature of how I perform this spell, we noticed there were some differences between how he was previously known to look and how he currently looks. There's
You saw him?
no, just his ear, just a small part of him, and it had these veins of black running through it, and we asked where he was, if he's safe. He's been captured. We're not sure by who necessarily, or where he is. I'm not sure if even he knows.
He said that they were experimenting on him and he's changing somehow. Do you know anything about any of this?
I don't know anything about that, but I do know that the last time I saw him, he picked up a job down in the mist.
In the mist?
In the mist,
in,
yeah.
In Calico?
Yeah. He spent a decent amount of time here. But turns out they dug a little deep in one place and they've tunneled into something called the Underdark.
Is this while excavating the Colossus shards?
Yeah, well, excavating the whole thing. They don't just use the Colossus shard, they use, you know, the bone itself.
I see.
Is extremely important, especially things like the bone marrow. Very, very also expensive and potent.
What is that used for, might I ask?
Got all sorts of things. They use the bone for... It goes in like 3 tiers. The Colossus shard is the most rich in magic, used for the most important and costly sorts of things, and then it's the bone marrow. The bone marrow is used for a number of things. One in particular that I know is it's used for the bricks that they use in Ascension sites.
I see.
Then you get onto the bone itself, which is used for sort of more minor enchantments and materials there. It all is just so inherently magic. It's all worth a lot, but they were extracting a part of the spine and the floor gave way, and some creatures from beneath the earth were coming up, and we were sent to go and handle it. And it should have been a very easy job for him, but you know, the Underdark, it reaches all across Farrahdor, so I don't know how deep it went. I don't know how far he had to go down, but look, nobody's going to sit here and tell Rezan what he should and shouldn't do, so nobody knows exactly the details of the job that he needed to do. When Rezan goes in a job, he picks his terms, he takes the jobs he wants, he, you know, sometimes takes a few people, but mostly goes alone, and we haven't seen him since.
How long ago was that?
Now? Maybe 2 months ago?
And had you sent people to look for him at all?
they very much evacuated that area and stayed far back, and I've gone myself, but I can't see him. But look,
Have you gone down there into the Underdark?
briefly, not super far, but I didn't see him.
Is much known about the Underdark, about what's down there, other than monsters?
There's a lot down there. We know, the things that we're going to come up against when we go down there. All sorts of things like cloakers and ghouls. We know that it's very dangerous, so you shouldn't really go alone, but it was more of there was a few things going out. He was supposed to go down there and clear the space and make a perimeter while they could fill it back in, but we never heard from him. But also, I have to say that there are many times where he has gone somewhere and it's just been the tip of the iceberg, and then he's delved a lot deeper
Yeah.
to get to the root of the problem to make sure it doesn't happen again. So he can very much go missing for a vast amount of time.
2 months long?
Now we're getting to the furthest end of we've had him gone before.
Do you know of anything sentient down there that could do experiments on somebody or cause the injuries that my friend has explained?
I mean, yes, there are things such as mind flayers. There are things such as Dwagar. There are all sorts of drow down there.
What do you know of this Ica? I saw it on a note on the desk. And we've seen it before. It's black like these veins were. What do you know of it?
Don't we have them?
We do. I haven't mentioned that yet.
I know a decent amount about it. Why?
Because the veins, they looked like they could be this Ica. That's what it looked like it was flowing through. It's this dark material. We saw a performer, Vistel. You may have heard of them.
I have. Love this stuff.
Everybody wants to be an elf.
Yeah, who let the elves out. Classic.
Personally, I don't, but I can see why when I listen to the lyrics.
Anyway, we saw that they used this Ica in some way, possibly to make their eyes dark.
Mm.
And it looked similar to how these veins looked. And I'm just wondering... I actually do reach into the bag. I pull out this vial, put it on the table in front.
He looks at it and his brow furrows and he looks back at you. Now, where'd you get that?
Stole it.
Ranga's just gonna.
It fell out of Vistel's bag, and we happened to pick it up.
By force.
I appreciate your honesty. Don't be brandishing that around anywhere.
Figured you were a safe person to talk to about it,
Thank
since
you.
you know Ranga so well, and his father.
Yeah, I trust Aragath with my life.
Yes, you've spoken very highly of him.
And therefore, so do we.
Who Ranga
There's-
trusts, I trust.
There's a lot.
Not
There's
Jeff.
a lot of. I should introduce you to my friend Jeff, one of my finest soldiers. You hear him say, "Yeah, don't go brandishing that around here
No.
at the minute because that is a hot topic.
Recently a hot topic, or always a hot topic?
Very, for a while now, it's been a problem in a lot of people's eyes, and it has only gotten worse recently."
Thank God we found that note with Icarus.
Production of that particular substance is predominantly down in the mists.
I see.
Production.
Production.
And what is it used for? You speak of it like it's some kind of drug.
What isn't it used for? It is used for a number of things, depending on the way it is refined and the way it is consumed. It can be injected. It can be burnt and smelt. And it does all sorts of different things. A lot of people use it for pain suppression. Some people use it for amplification of their abilities. But it is You do that, and he
No,
says,
I absolutely do not do that.
but mishandled, it is extremely addictive.
Vistel, we noticed that they moved in a almost inhuman way. You think that's something that could have been a side effect of Ica?
Yes.
I see.
The ruckus that just happened out there, the Mistborn, you've just told us that the Icar production is down in the mists. The Mistborn also have burn marks upon them that would correlate to touching shards of the Colossus. Are they being used to A, produce Icar, and B, are they mining down there?
There's a lot of catch up on the lore of Caligo right now. Where do I begin? They are still mining. And it was a two-way street, but that two-way street always leaned in the favor of the people up here. They would pay them. In the people of the Mist's eyes, it was never enough. But there was a agreement. They would extract. It would be shipped up here. We would use it for whatever. I say we, nothing to do with me. I don't use any of it. But it would be used in anything that the people needed. Farrahdor has come a long way in the last handful of years. So we've needed some pretty intense stuff to get the things done that we have. The extraction of the heart, the extraction of the bone, the extraction of the marrow. It has all been used. But the people down there, I feel like it seems they have gotten a better offer from somewhere else.
Someone else who wants these body parts as well.
Uh-huh. Now, they've seemed to be paying them a far greater sum than the city of Caligo has ever paid them, so they have cut ties with us up here, and now are extracting and getting paid a lot more for it. But that comes at a price. People up here provide them with the equipment that they need to do it safely. Now that has stopped, as there is no two-way street anymore. So it seems like they have just begun to take what they need from up here to do what they still need to do, but we are not receiving anything in return.
And this peach.
The peach?
Peach marsh.
This peace march. Are we really expecting it to be a peaceful march, or
Or is it a peace march?
They're going down there looking for some stuff.
the stuff that's been stolen?
Yeah?
Could it be that the new offer that they got might be from sentient beings from the Underdark?
I don't know. As much as I am, Inley just like gestures to his room full of papers and files. As much as I am the peacekeeper, the note taker, the making everything hunky dory around here, I don't get too much in the politics of the city around me because that is not my job.
Yeah, that confused me. Why did you recall a lot of people? Is it just because there's a bit of civil unrest?
Well, about a handful of months ago, just before this deal went sour, we had a coming together. This new peacekeeper, Balato, had...
New peacekeeper.
Yeah, he's the new elected official here.
As of when?
Probably about a year now.
Oh, okay.
The Mistborn don't seem to think he's very peaceful.
Well, he doesn't see them too fondly either. He was an elected official by the Equitous Circle because he did believe that the two could live in harmony, and he did believe that they deserved more than they were given right now. they should be paid more. Their standards of living should be higher. And that very much lands in the Equitus Circle's belief system.
You say he did believe this.
He
no
did.
longer does.
Well, we had almost a peace march from the other side. The people from the Mist were welcome into the city for Peacekeeper Bellistow to tell us to all get along, and we're not too different in the end, and all that, which I very much agree. But in that, something went wrong. It wasn't as peaceful as I think everyone would have liked it to be. There were fights, there were riots, and the Peacekeeper himself lost his daughter.
In the riots.
Yes.
Lost as in dead or lost as in missing?
Lost as in assumed dead,
But the body was never
Assumed.
found.
but it was never found.
Hmm.
They
Do you know what
blamed
the
the
daughter's
people in the
name was?
Mist. What was that?
Do you know the daughter's name?
I don't think I do. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Alright. Well, it seems that it could be as it seems, or it could be that somebody does not want peace between these two peoples.
I suspect that whoever's paying them more money doesn't want peace.
There was a name. I'm sure you've heard of what happened maybe about an hour or so ago.
Oh, I heard.
There was a name on the car, Caviar. That ring
Yeah.
any bells?
It does ring a lot of bells, yeah. The people of the list, the Mist. He kills you.
Oh, damn.
Crumbles you like an
All right.
accordion.
He just puts his fingers on your head and goes.
He has to reach up to do that, though.
Has to stand on a little step stool.
Little steppy stool. He stands on his desk. What was I saying?
Caviar.
Caviar.
who is
Oh,
that?
Kavia.
Caviar.
So, it seems there is a new movement down in the Mist, spearheaded by somebody, that they want to become their own independent state, where the people of Caligo will not rule them, and they can trade themselves, they can trade to Caligo, they can charge their own prices instead of Caligo charging the prices to them, telling them what they are worth, and that is the movement of Kavia. That's what they want to be called, and this is why you might see or hear Caligo will not be divided.
Do you know what Kavir means? Is it the name of a person?
That's just what they call themselves.
Hmm.
That's what they want their city to be called.
Feels like we're missing something amongst all of this. I suppose there is each side of the story, and then the truth in the middle.
I'm not a politician.
No, nor am I.
Well, the thing is, we're just some people from the outside. We could go down there and not.
I must go down there. So,
Well, we will be going down there.
I want to go down there and look for my dad as well.
yeah.
But I mean specifically to talk
Or
to
at least
these
try
people.
and get some clues.
Yeah.
I think we can. We can take. You said there's a way down into the Underdark.
Well, we might not necessarily have to go down there, but
It has been quarantined off and filled up to the most part. It's still... It was a vast hole that was left into the Underdark. They have covered most of it up, but have left it partially open in case Razan makes his way back up.
And it's
Yeah.
not accessible for people to go down.
No, there is a couple of my men down there watching the space. They couldn't send in a Caligard.
Could you get us clearance? Were we to go down?
He looks over to Ranga.
Son of Razan looking for his father.
even if you didn't let me go, you know I'm gonna go.
Yeah. I don't want to lose him and you, though.
I've got my friends with me, and, nothing's took us down yet, and I don't expect them to anytime soon.
The beast that we killed is just the tip of the iceberg of what we've done.
I believe that, and I believe in Ranga. Obviously. But you need to understand how skilled his father is. Now, if he is bested, no offense, I'm not trying to belittle any of you. I'm not trying to talk down on any of you or anything you have achieved, because
I know better than anyone.
this man is the best fighter of our generation. And if he can't, I don't believe you can.
We could at least go down there to do some recon. We are
By all means.
a stealthy bunch.
By all means. But do not drift too far.
If I do find any evidence that he might be down there, I'll at least come tell you first.
Okay.
Theo, we locked eyes with the person who drove the car in, and they had a tattoo behind their ear, Kit.
Hmm.
Does that mean anything? A name? A place?
Well, that description has not been the first time I've heard it.
Right.
Most of the times that these break-ins and jobs have been carried out, that person has been there. Now, if you're heading down in the mists, you just be careful, because that person is a wanted criminal.
We'll be careful.
I'm a wanted criminal in some places.
I do not want to know that.
She steals people's hearts.
She winks.
He just rolls his eyes a little bit.
I have a bit of a personal interest in these shards of the Colossus.
Hmm?
I can handle them without being injured. I have done so before. The last time I did so, I saw a vision of the Archangel Uriel, and I'm not certain that if I handled a second piece that I would have a different vision, or if I would have a vision at all, but I would like to try. Do you have any idea how I might be able to, I don't want to keep it, just handle some of the shard?
You're saying things like Angel Uriel, and it's like, but he just says, now, look, if you can do that, honestly, prepare to make yourself a decent amount of money.
All right.
Because that's exactly what they're looking for. They want to extract as much of that as possible, shift it to whoever's this new buyer, but they're struggling to do so. They're giving their lives to do so because they don't have the gear. That's why they're coming and stealing it. But the gear is only going to last so long. When the gear breaks, they can't fix it. Only the people up here can fix it, but they can't send it back to be fixed because bonds have been broken. So they're just stealing more. If you walk down there and say you can handle it, let me put it this way. Don't go telling anybody you can do that.
I was just about to say, please don't tell anybody. I don't want to be put into indentured servitude.
Might be able to use it as the bargaining chip to
I think
get
it's
some
best the
information
people
as well.
down there don't know. Maybe we can keep that on the back burner,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
So just be careful with that information.
I will be.
And Theo was able to communicate with Razun. Had anyone tried to do that in a similar fashion, used magic to contact him? Was it successful, unsuccessful?
People have sent messages, but I've never heard the response.
I see.
And I've never heard anything about what he said, and nobody can see him, and nobody knows where he is. But honestly, I know him. I know Razun. I've been a friend of his since we were children. You don't bother Razun. You don't. He is the pinnacle. He is the gold standard. He takes time and he takes it further than anyone before. People take jobs and they go and complete that job and come back. He doesn't do it for that. He's set for life. He does it for the thrill.
Mm-hmm.
So when he sees a problem, he doesn't just get rid of the problem, he gets to the root of the problem. He takes the head off the snake.
And
So
Ranga's brother, there's someone here actually who claims to have seen him recently. Have you had any contact with Rumen?
yeah, I heard what he did down in was it the marshes?
Yeah. Jeff told us about it. Jeff Jefferson.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, good man, Jeff Jefferson. He's been recalled as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Silverfield Crossroad, he got the job. Went down into the South Garden marshes and apparently bagged himself a shambling mound, which is a pretty big feat.
Yeah. Have you heard of anything? Is he here?
No, he's not here. He hasn't swung by yet.
Do you know where he might be?
I can probably find out if you want.
That'd be nice. No, it doesn't have to be this exact moment. We can come back, but it'd be nice to know where he is at least.
I'll find out for you.
Thank you.
Well, but I really do appreciate everything you've told us, Dargath. That's a big help.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
And yeah, I worry about this march. Apparently we're looking for somebody, but we don't know his name yet.
Might it be the individual with Kit tattooed upon there?
I don't think
Yeah.
so. We know the kid person. We know that they are more of a runner. They are more of a hands-on. There's somebody at the head of this revolution that I feel like this is the real reason we're heading down there.
You reckon
Mhm.
it's the same person who has given them a better deal? Or you reckon it's the person who made the deal?
I think it might be the person who made the deal.
I see. All right.
And I
3
feel-
days you're going down.
Yeah, 3 days from now.
Maybe if we're around. We plan on going into the mists anyway. But maybe if we're around, you know, we could go too.
Yeah.
Are there any
Cool.
Caligar going with you on the march? Is it just
Yeah,
Obsidian?
Caligard and Hunt, side by side, walking into the mists. A force to be reckoned with, they reckon.
If the Caligard seems poised to treat the Mistborn with more force than is necessary, would the Hunt stop them?
I don't know.
What's the Hunt's skin in this game? Are you being paid for this, or
I have people that I answer to too. And one of them is the Peacekeeper. I operate in his city. And he has a level of autonomy above me and my people. And I've been told 3 days from now, we're marching into the mist. We're finding some things out. Now, I don't expect any of my people to treat the people of the mist with any level of respect that I wouldn't treat anybody else, but I do not speak for the Caligard, but we are on the same team.
Would you react, Dargath?
In what way?
To stop them?
I don't know. Because right now, I'm in a tough place.
Rock in a hard place, it seems.
What about Ranga's father? What decision would you presume he'd make if he was in that situation?
Look, if there's one thing about Resident I know is he doesn't. That's my job. I do this so he can do what he does.
Right.
Okay. All right.
There isn't a person in the world that could get my dad to sit down and do paperwork.
I
That's
wasn't
fair.
talking about paperwork.
He doesn't need to make the decisions.
This Balato, he's what? Anyone can talk to him? You have to have a meeting, a setup?
Yeah, I don't think he's the most accessible of people. I think he's pretty hard to get a hold of. He runs and is in charge of the most powerful city in Farrahdor right now.
He's your higher up.
Yeah.
You have a line to him?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a direct line, though.
No, but it's a line. And if, for whatever reason, when we go down, we go to the Underdark, maybe, we meet some Mistborn and speak to them, we find something we can tell you, and if you deem it pertinent, you could tell him.
Yeah?
And would I be right in assuming that the people in the mist don't know there's a peace march on their way?
No.
Is that intentional?
I think so.
I see.
I suppose maybe if they knew about it, if things were really brewing bad, they'd probably set up an ambush if they felt real bad about things.
And the intention is to talk.
The intention is to find this leader, this spearhead of Kavir, this man who made the deal, whoever it may be.
Certain it's a man?
That's what they tell me.
So peace ain't really the point.
No.
Quelling the resistance is the point, it seems.
They want a little bit of status quo. They want the power back in their hands. That's all people do.
They have the money, they have the power. Why do they need more?
Because they don't have anything they need. They don't have the heart. So funny, isn't it? You build yourself up on the hill to look down on the people, yet the people down at the bottom have the thing that you need.
And such is life.
You seem like stop himself from swearing. I don't care for politics.
And yet you partake in this peace march. It's a very political move.
I don't have a choice.
I know you don't.
You always have a choice.
Anyway.
Well, I think we've thought of all the questions we have for now.
Yeah, is there anything else from you, Ranga, that you want to know? Want to ask?
Not really. Pretty set on my ways. Oh, actually, Kaida said she was sending some of my stuff here from the Chimera Kill.
Yeah.
Is there anyone in here I can go talk to about that?
You need to go and pick that up from Cloaks and Capes. We commissioned them to do the job for you. Seems like a good little piece, though.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
Seems like you'll be able to deal with a little bit of fire a little better.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you know, we felt that fire firsthand. It was hot.
Yep.
What's your opinion on the heads of a chimera?
they work in unison.
Right, yeah.
If you don't mind, I would like to just have a quick moment with Ranga.
Of
I did have
course.
one final question about this Ica specifically.
Go ahead.
Is it created from Colossus parts?
Don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
There's nothing to do with it.
It's
Cropped
just in the same place it's made.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Cropped up a while back now. And just become more and more prominent.
And how expensive are we talking? I kind of pick it up and start put it back in the bag. How much, for example, would this cost?
Something like that. Probably about 5 gold.
Let's do an Ica tattoo.
I thought about it.
I'm glad you mentioned that. The last thing that I might be pertinent, I don't know, is my mother, our parents. They, when Osrendith fell, they were the group that went back in to reclaim it. And what alarmed me personally about what we saw with Razun's ear and the black veins, if it isn't Ica related, it's very similar to the creatures that overtook Osrendith.
Okay.
I don't know if it's connected or not. I don't know. Our uncle, Rufus, some horrible things were done to him as well. I don't know much about it. I just know that he suffered greatly.
Okay.
That's all. And I'm not saying that to scare you, Ranga. but I can't help but think of that. When my mother recounts stories of these creatures, it's always the black veins, the black eyes. That's all.
I've heard a lot about Ica. I've heard that some people believe that it is, if handled in a very, very, very particular way, a good thing. But I don't know.
Have you ever used it yourself?
Me?
Hmm.
No.
Inside check?
Inside check, yeah.
Go for it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I got a natural one.
Oh, I got 19 plus 2, 21.
21. Are you ready?
Oh my god, a secret?
Oh my god, a secret!
I
Oh.
was thinking he might have, if there was a particularly hard monster to try and
Yeah.
beef himself
Yeah.
up,
This-
maybe.
This is giving Shimmer from Arcane.
Kinda.
This is all giving
Yeah.
Arcane.
It's giving mist.
Oh.
Oh,
I'm Arcane pilled.
What?
Okay.
we've never noticed.
What? I keep it really under wraps. I keep it really under wraps.
Okay. We leave you two to it?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
All right,
All right.
we'll be outside.
I'll be out in a
Hello?
minute.
Not long. Just
No
want
problem.
to catch up with him.
Take your time.
And you all sort of head out the room and head back to the front and sort of mill around in the foyer area. And he leans over and he says, "How you doing, Ranga?"
It's been going all right. I met all my friends on my way, and it's been good. We've had our rough and tumbles, but who hasn't?
Yeah, you seem like you got yourself a good group of heroes there.
Yeah, we've been through a lot together.
As all good groups do.
Yeah.
You need to be able to rely on the people around you. People need to care for each other, look out for each other's best interests.
Are you okay? Is this not all getting you down too much?
He looks at the paperwork. I'm alright, thanks. And he says, "It does, yeah. It does get me down a bit. But this isn't about me." And he leans in and he says, "Look, you're heading for something that's bested your father. Then you need to be careful."
I know. Since I met all of those guys, I've stopped rushing in as much as I used to, and try and think about it a bit more and get some different perspectives. So, it's not like I'm just going to rush down there with no plan. I'm going to try and gather all the evidence I can first, and he could be somewhere else, but if I don't go for him, no one else will.
They will. But know where he is.
It'd be nice if I could help my dad out for once.
And you see him open up a drawer and he fiddles around in it for a second and he closes it and he leans over the table and he says, "Well, Ranga, do you need any extra help?" And you see him open up his palm and there's a vial of Ica there. And he says, "Don't be afraid to use it. You didn't get it from me."
Alright. I'm gonna slip it into the back of my boot. I appreciate that, Dargath.
You don't want to. Injecting it is the most potent way, but it's the most dangerous. Now, boiling it and inhaling it is less effective, but safer. So just...
I'll make sure that I'll only ever use it if I really need it.
Okay.
But if it means I can get my dad back, I might end up doing it, yeah. But I really do appreciate it.
I wish I could... He sort of looks around the room at all the paperwork and is like, "I wish I could come out and help you, but..."
It's alright. If you're not here, then the rest of us can't help people everywhere else in Farrahdor.
Go on now. Go and catch up with your friends.
Just gonna get up, go around his desk, give him a quick hug.
You give him a hug and he hugs you. You head out through this sort of back office and back into the foyer area.
As these guys are talking and we kind of head into the main room, we'll find, I don't know, just a quiet-ish space where there's not a lot of people around. He's lying, you know, about the Ica.
What part of it?
When we asked if he took it himself, he might not take it himself, but he knows those who do. He knows how to acquire it. He knows about it.
Oh, he said it helped amplified something and, you know, whilst addictive. I suppose maybe.
How would he lie? He'd been truthful with us up to that point, as far as I could tell.
Maybe in front of Ranga. You never know.
That's true.
Maybe he knows more about the production of it than he wants to let on to the son of his business associate and his friends.
I'm quite intrigued as to its capabilities now. He didn't give a lot away.
I'm sure we can find out more about it.
If we head down there, that's where it comes from.
Exactly.
You should tell Ranga.
Yes, I will, once he
No.
comes out.
Do heed the warning. Anything like that. It can feel good, but you don't. You don't want to
Theo
go.
Lenore, I wouldn't do anything unless I knew everything about it.
Same.
All the risks.
Yep.
All the rewards.
Me too.
Yeah. Did you do a real risk assessment on Adam there?
Boom!
I pull out a syringe and I fucking straight into my veins.
Put it in his eyeball.
Head off.
I turn Hawken.
Let's walk out and Theo's just going,
My entire veins just black. And
Silence has just stood there taking the punches, and he's like, ah!
I just hear a little squeeze like,
Okay.
I'll come back over.
Is Jeff still here?
Jeff is not here. He's left.
God damn it.
Thank God.
no.
She was about to cause a scene.
Poor Jeff, man.
All good?
Yeah. Is Jeff still here?
No.
Oh, that's a shame.
That is, isn't it?
Oh, yes, I'd like to meet him again.
I was about to cause a scene.
Why?
So,
Why?
I don't trust him.
Just
a vibe.
Should we go with the Lane Lovers for tonight then?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
That's
Probably a good time to go now.
no, go get a drink or something first.
No.
I'm sure we could at the living
Yeah.
Living
Le-
ladies. I mean, if not there, there'll be a bar nearby, I'm sure, in a place like this.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm interested to see what the theme is.
Mm.
I am as well, actually.
True.
Me too.
True.
Maybe all the beds are like little craters or something, or rib cages.
Maybe. Let's find out.
It's a little morbid.
Come on, let's go. Is there anything else you want to do?
trick again.
Anything else you want to do while you're in the hunt, Ranga?
No, not really. Found out where my brother was. Said we gotta go to that magic shop tomorrow to get my stuff.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah.
Alright.
Well, we'll go get a room, see if there's anywhere to have a drink, and maybe talk over the next couple of days of what the plan's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's quite a bit going on in here.
There is. There's a lot, I think, that all of us want to do as well, individually and together. So, let's work out a plan.
Do a little bit of shopping and sightseeing tomorrow.
That sounds good.
All right.
Come on.
Let's go.
Did we see the Lane Lovers on the way past?
Yeah.
You didn't, but you can easily ask a town guard and
Yeah.
find one and find it. But you know that it doesn't have a joined bar or anything like that.
Okay.
But there is one near it.
Yeah, we'll go there.
Yeah.
Do you want to go to the bar first?
We'll
We'll go and get a room
Yeah,
first.
yeah.
we'll have one.
Don't have to happy about things.
Yeah.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Unless the...
Unless there's anything you want to RP. That's the
I
question.
just want to know the
No,
thing.
for us?
Yeah, what stupid
No.
question.
No, you know, like if you want to go for a drink, you can just go for a drink. But unless there's
Yeah.
conversations you want to have,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
because we can
Okay.
just say you go for some drinks.
Yeah.
yeah.
We could
It's up to you.
always get drinks to the room.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Sure. We could get
Have a hot tub.
some champagne like in Parthenae.
Yeah.
Devil water.
Yeah.
It's everywhere.
We'll do that. I think it's good to work out what our plans are going to be.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay, so straight to the Laying Lovers.
Okay, you head to the Laying Lovers. As you get there, you... Doug's trying... Is Jack on the door behind me?
He is.
All right, okay. Do you want to know what?
Sounded like it was
As we go
downstairs.
to the Laying Lovers, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
And we're back after the ass.
Yeah, enjoy the art.
And welcome back.
Hello.
Welcome
Oh my
back.
gosh.
Okay, so we've got our snacks, we've got our refreshments, seaweed, crunchy whatsits,
Yum.
milky stars,
Milky Cocoa Puffs.
milky cocoa. Put your milk in my cocoa puffs, milky cocoa puffs. So we make our way from the Obsidian Hunt headquarters here to the Laying Lovers. I will let you decide if you want. Are you happy?
What's the way he's going? What are you eating?
Magic stars.
Like you're taking a shot.
You're so judgmental, Abigail.
I'm sorry, I don't mean. I find it cute.
Good.
That's why I went.
That's why she drew all the attention to you.
Yeah, because it's cute. And
So we can
sweet.
all find you cute.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair
Uh-huh.
enough.
Not that I found it endearing, to be honest.
Oh.
Personally.
How did you find it?
Annoying.
Oh.
I didn't really. I'm just joking.
What the fuck?
Jack hates me.
Oh my god. Rude.
So, we head from the Obsidian Hunt headquarters to the Laying Lovers. Did you decide if you wanted to go out for drinks? And if so, is there anything that you want to talk about when you do it? If not, totally fine. We can just cut to the Laying Lovers.
No, we were going to order drinks to the room, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Combine the two.
Yeah.
So, you get to the Laying Lovers, a very beautiful, grand building on the outside. Very much this whitewashed stone with this blue roof here. 2 stories as you head in. This is very much more of just a very fancy establishment. Marble floors on the inside. There are a number of automata inside here, going around taking luggage and calling elevators for people to go upstairs and things like that. This one has less of a theme, more than it is just a beautiful establishment.
It's just a nice hotel, isn't
It's
it?
a very nice hotel. But you head in there. This will be your 3rd stamp,
Yay.
I'm pretty sure. 4th stamp.
Sergor gave us 2 because he liked us, remember?
Oh,
Sergor did like you very much.
Sega slash Dacius.
You
3
get-
out of 4, so this is our 4th
Yeah.
stamp.
So this is your 4th stamp, so your
Yay.
next stay will be for free.
Yep.
It will be 4 gold for the night here,
No problemo.
and then any more going forward. Are you staying for more than one night?
What do you think? Do you think you'll want to stay at So's parents' inn after tonight?
I
Or
hope,
should we
I
get,
hope so, but you never know.
shall we book for a few nights?
Yeah, get a couple. Gives us options.
That's true. 3, 4? I think we have a lot to do here.
Yeah. Go for 3, and we can add more if we need to.
Yeah. 3 nights, please.
12 gold.
Of course, here you go.
And, the money is taken, and you see.
Slide my little loyalty card.
Do we get extra stamps per night?
No, it's just
Just per stay.
Yeah.
Understood.
You are assigned an automata. They take your heavy luggage from you, and
Then I'll make a point to say thank you.
it is given the key, and it shows you to your room as it walks itself through. There's this humanoid, almost like a silver or platinum body plates. You can see the intricacies within it, with the mana running through its veins, and it walks you to your room and opens the door and drops the bags inside and hands the key off to you.
Thank you.
And you can see, very much like all the other Laying Lovers, when you've got this communal room, there's this beautiful communal area, which you see the descent of the city down into the mist, out of your window, and you see the ribcage of the Colossus just peeking out of the mists.
A nice view. Is there a balcony?
There is a balcony, yeah.
Nice.
Well, just as nice as all the others we've stayed in.
Yeah, it's pretty fancy.
Yes.
Does it have a hot tub?
Yeah, sure.
Yay!
That's what I like to hear.
Woohoo!
Can we have grabbed a couple of bottles of wine?
I'll have a red wine, please.
Perfect. That's what I
Back
was
into the
gonna
gold off, and
Perfect.
they'll deliver you some wine to the room.
do. Marvelous.
Well, Lenore will waste no time and get in.
Sprinting, skipping as you
Yeah.
go.
She'll offer to take Silence's stuff and intentionally put them in a room together. No way out. You're locked in here with me. And she'll come out and get ready and get in the hot tub immediately.
Yeah.
Would you like to share a room, Ranga?
Why not? Well, yeah, I'll get ready, jump in. Feels nice after, we've walked quite a bit recently.
Yeah, fucking hell, especially last night. Powered through it.
Yeah, it feels good to get in here.
Does. Feels kind of bad knowing everything that's going on to be sitting here in luxury in a hot tub, but
I get in the hot tub and you saw before how I'd kind of been maintaining this illusion of making the tattoos look stronger. I have completely dropped that now, so you can see a lot of them are just kind of faded. Almost like scarry in a way. And I almost kind of a bit more shy than the first time we got in.
Did you, when you did disguise self, did you give yourself some abs or anything?
True.
No.
Oh.
But actually, as I take my top off this time, I'm actually like really buff.
Right.
Like jacked, huge muscles.
Yeah.
Oiled up.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice.
This is
What's your
Jason
strength
the
score?
fucking belt again.
It's actually my strength went up to 40.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, 40.
40.
Wow.
Interesting. Is it?
Wowie.
Yeah, it is.
Hey,
It is.
it might be.
I'm going to say somewhere between the travels. After realizing there's a hot tub everywhere, Lenore got herself like a bikini. So she
Nice.
actually is appropriately dressed for a hot
Nice.
tub this
Very
time.
good.
So, tomorrow, first things, pick up your item from Cloaks and Capes. I'm assuming you want to take a look around.
There are a few different spell scrolls I'd like to acquire.
Mm-hmm.
There might be
Well,
some
we're there.
stuff that you guys want to get as well.
There very well could be.
But, those types of ways are normally real expensive.
There is actually something I want to get while we're here. I have a sales pitch for you to get you all on board, okay? Picture this. We do something really cool. We look really cool. We've talked someone down from something, or we've killed... perfect example, the portrait of Ranga's father with that nightmare beast. I'm thinking Spark and the Ghastly Gang being able to take photos of the things they see.
Where are you going with this?
I think we should get a camera.
Oh, how much did Spark say they cost?
I don't know. He said it was expensive.
It was. But I recall the number he said wasn't as high as I was expecting it
Oh,
to
yeah,
be.
was it? Did he say 70?
I think it was 70, 75-ish.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
It's a lot of money. I mean, I know not comparatively to maybe some other things, but I think I would really like it. It would mean a lot to me to be able to keep a snapshot of
Yeah, why
us. Okay,
not?
so that's a yes.
I'm down.
It's entirely meaningless to me as I cannot see the pictures.
But you can enjoy knowing that I can see it.
I'm not sure that I will enjoy knowing that you can see it, but I am ambivalent again towards the camera.
Yes. Okay, so that's a yes, Theo.
Well, I mean, looking at our money, we actually have a fair amount.
Okay.
Wouldn't really make that much of a dent. honestly.
Yes. Okay. So I'm hearing 4 yeses.
We have about 2,500.
Holy fucking shit.
Do we?
Oh my
Yes.
god. Fucking hell.
We got quite a substantial amount from the Obsidian Hunt reward.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And we got...
Don't look at that. Don't
Oh
look
my
at that.
gosh.
Oh,
Oh, I'm looking.
Don't look at
Oh my god, I read the whole thing in that second.
that. Oh my god.
Okay.
I forgot to show you earlier, but this is what the nightmare beast looks like.
Oh.
Show me. I already know. But yeah.
Smash.
Oh.
Oh. No-
Awful.
Nightmare.
No,
Nightmare
nightmare.
beast.
I thought we were down like 600 or something.
Yeah, I thought we were sub
We haven't
1,000.
spent
like.
anything in a while.
We
No,
haven't-
true.
I mean, this is... Do you know what? I write next to each transaction what we spent
Yeah.
or gained the money with,
Yeah.
Mhm.
which is actually really useful now.
It is
because
so
it means we can
useful.
see where things... Like, since then, we spent some money at Horrible Tavern, is what I wrote.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Wow.
Then we got some more back from the crypt loot. Then
Oh,
since then,
yeah.
we bought some drinks and some glue.
Nice.
And that's all we spent money on.
Nice. Nice.
So,
Probably
yeah.
get some nice things tomorrow.
Yeah,
You know,
definitely.
we should treat ourselves.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right,
so-
say less.
So a camera's really not out of the question at all.
Fantastic. Okay. I think it would be nice. I'd like one. I've always wanted one actually, but never had the chance.
You did always have an artistic eye.
Thank you. So, shopping. Your letter. You want to do that now, or do you want to hold off?
Yeah, we can do it now.
Okay.
I will go get the.
Soggy
Yeah,
hands.
I'm sopping wet. I'm in my pants, and I go get the letter, and I come back, and I'm going to. Oh, I've got seaweed all over my hand.
You drop
In
it in
a
the
hot-
water. and it's
Seaweed
gone.
in a hot tub.
like candy floss.
Did you check if you had any letters at Calic in the post office?
No, I didn't. I should have. Actually, I should have. Yeah, I really should
No,
have.
probably.
I was downstairs, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
well.
should have.
We
Yeah.
can go back. We can go tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's
Unless
closed
there's
now,
any
we can go
chance that
tomorrow.
Lenore could have said she checked if there was any letters for her at the post office.
We'll say you have to go back tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
I will. I'll be sat in the middle of Theo and Ranga, and I'll hand it to Theo.
I will read it out.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's written in Latin script, but phonetically in Celestial, so you're having to say it really slowly.
And I have no idea what it means, but I'm reading it out.
Yeah.
So, you open this letter up, and you see that it is short and to the point. It says, silence. If you're still looking to join the cult of the eyeless,
Oh my god.
I am.
head to the shallow swill.
Okay, dokie.
Say under his eye and wait for the response. We are all seen.
The shallow swill.
Yep.
We are all seen.
Wait for the response. We are all seen.
Oh my god.
And at the bottom it just says Siltico.
Mm-hmm.
The cult of the eyeless.
Have any of us ever heard of that?
Great question.
God, roll me some extremely hard history checks.
Is there any chance that silence will have? There's no point.
No.
Here comes a
Oh,
natural
well.
20 for a 28. Watch it. No.
Oh, like a 4.
Yes.
Sadly not.
Like a 14.
No, sadly not.
Okay.
I don't really like the fact that he's openly called it a cult. I'm not gonna lie.
Typically
Yeah,
cults don't really.
Don't call themselves cults.
Yeah, they don't admit that they're cults.
Yeah.
Cult
That's
the
true.
Eyeless. That's a strange name.
Yeah.
Especially since. No, I wasn't there. I don't know if he had eyes or not.
He did.
He did.
He did.
have
For what
eyes.
it's worth, he did have eyes.
Yeah.
Guess who's got 2 thumbs and no working eyes?
Yeah.
I'm getting right in there.
He had
You become the leader of this cult.
two bright blue eyes.
Okay. I have an idea. You're the spell.
That was unfortunate.
Why? I really genuinely don't understand what it is.
Aye. You stopped after you said aye.
Oh,
I have an idea.
that was,
You
really,
didn't even realise you'd done it.
that was really funny. I'm so glad I intended to do
I am hilarious.
Yeah.
Comedic genius.
Yeah.
I have an idea. That spell that you did when I was talking to the Sphinx, you did something that made it easier for me to communicate in a way that it was positive to it.
Yes. You're talking about suggestion.
No,
Well,
you did enhanceability.
Oh, yes. It's something I learned from biology. There's certain tweaks you can make within someone's body, in their brain. It's small and temporary. You can make their senses and their wits enhanced for a short period of time.
How temporary is it?
About an hour.
I like them odds.
What are you thinking while you talk to this man?
If we find this shallow swill, perhaps y'all could stay somewhere close. you could do enhance ability upon me,
Mhm.
and I could attempt to get in and find out a few things.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. I think you
agree.
going in alone is, well, with us close by, in case, is a good idea.
Yeah.
My only well, there's a few reasons for that, but one is I'm not sure that y'all keep your faces in check all the time when you're talking about cults. Especially you, Lenore.
She's already like, yeah,
Mm.
that's fair. That's fair.
No, I mean, I agree. I think it's probably best you go in by yourself.
Hmm.
Have any of you ever heard of the Shallow Swell?
No, but I'm sure we can find out.
I
Mhm.
figure it's some
Sounds-
sort of tavern in the mist, probably.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It's not a
We-
very nice name for a tavern. Swill.
No.
If it is a tavern, y'all could go in first, maybe sit down
Yeah.
somewhere.
Mm.
I could go in after.
Yeah. Totally.
But it sounded like it was a door, so perhaps that is not the case. But we will.
A door.
Well, I have to say
Oh,
this to
that's right,
somebody, so I
yes.
presume I say it upon entry at the door.
Yeah.
Mm.
Unless I say it to a barkeeper, I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
if it is hidden like that, then even just asking about it could arouse suspicion.
That's why I won't ask. Oh, no, I
I
get
mean,
what
to
you
find
mean.
the location
yeah,
of the yeah.
If it's somewhere in the mist, there's a chance that Silver's parents may know. There's someone I could ask in confidence if the conversation allows it.
I could just ask a guard, I think. If it gets back to this cult that I'm asking, I'm going to turn up anyway.
You're
Well, that's
looking
true. You have a
anyway.
letter.
Protocol
True.
might have tipped them off about me.
True.
And if it has some kind of reaction with the guard, I can make excuses and leave.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So we can do that. You want to go look in a library?
Yes, there's quite a lot of questions that we have about everything we've learned so far.
Yeah. I need to find the temple to Zereth to meet Edwina.
Mm.
And then obviously we need to go to the mists. But maybe two birds, one stone with that, you know?
Mhm.
You said your mother might be meeting you here. Do you have an idea of a location she could meet you?
If only there was some way she could have got in contact with you.
If only I went to that post office with you. I stayed
Hmm.
elsewhere.
Mm.
You had other things on your mind.
Yeah.
You're teaching me the line dance that you were teaching me earlier.
Exactly.
Mhm.
I don't know. If I'm honest, I didn't give her much. It was a spur of the moment type of thing. But if I know my mother, she will be able to find me.
Hmm.
She's resourceful and she'll be able to find me. I think it would be more her finding me as opposed to me finding her.
Hunting you down.
Something like that.
Huh.
Something like that. But I'm trying to not get my hopes up. I said some unkind things in that letter, and whilst I know that our relationship is more important than words said in the moment, she might not be here. So I don't want to get my hopes up.
Well, my offer from yesterday still stands if you'd like me to try and get in contact with her. for
Thank you. I think for now I'll leave it.
And actually, I'm not sure I said, but I'll extend the offer to you as well. If there's anyone you'd like to get in contact with in a similar way I contacted Ranga's father, I can do that now. I can only do it a few times a day, but the offer's there.
Thank you.
So tomorrow, it's
Magic shop.
magic shop, post office for me.
I think the magic shop's probably one of our best bets for a lead box as well.
Hmm.
Oh, good point, actually. Do we want to try and get everything done up here before we ascend? Or does it not? How long would it take us to get into the mists?
You could get into the mists. You'd have to travel across the city, and then there is an extended walk down into the mists. But you can fast travel between the tower gems.
Right.
So if you need to get from one side of the city, there is a tower gem on that side of the city.
Mhm.
So you could walk to the tower gem closest to you,
Yeah.
fast travel to there, and then walk into the mist.
Cool.
So
That's pretty cool.
it's not a super expensive. It's pretty inexpensive. Basically, the costs are just to maintain it. So you can do that. So you could get down there tomorrow if you wanted to.
So it's, I guess, wherever the information takes us at the
Mhm.
point. And this about the Underdark, Ranga. If you want to go in, of course we'll come with you.
Well, let's try and just figure some things out first.
Mm-hmm.
Promised Dargath I wouldn't just jump right into it.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a pretty dangerous place.
The march in 3 days. I guess we could maybe try and align going down. Although part of me thinks we should go down before that.
I would agree. I think if we head down with the Obsidian Hunt, we set an idea of who we are as people and what we support.
Yes, I agree.
And quite frankly, I'm not sure if I do support this piece much.
I do not. I can appreciate that this peacekeeper, the loss of his daughter, will have weighed heavy upon him. But for one person to then have the ability to change their mind on a whole group of people and
Mhm.
everybody follows along, that does not seem right to me.
I agree.
He is going through something. There should have been some more oversight to help him in this time so that he does not make bad decisions. And it appears that there is none. And I do not wish to insult Dargath. I understand that he is important to you. But
he lied.
About what?
The Ica.
What about it?
When I asked if he'd taken it before, he was withholding the truth. I'm not sure if he himself had taken it, but he definitely knows people who have and knows how to get it. He wasn't being entirely truthful about it.
Well, he did say it could enhance people's abilities, didn't he? I mean, I can kind of understand why some of the hunt members or even him would use it, in dire needs.
Yeah.
But probably just didn't want to see that in front of me.
That's what I said.
I was.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and investigate it further tonight. I think that vial we have,
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
because it's suddenly become very pertinent.
Mm-hmm. Maybe if we could try get eyes on... I mean, if people up here have no idea who... They talk about this man at the top of Kavia. Kavia? Kavia. Unsure if we would be able to stroll in and just be able to find
you
this
have
person.
a reason to get in, though, a legitimate reason.
Yeah, I
You
do.
have news, so we're going into that, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't stop people from going down there, right? I mean, people just don't want to.
You weren't in the room when I asked about the kit person, but there's someone who's very much known. Either we don't know if it's their name or not, but the name Kit's
Yeah.
a common name.
I picked up when you come back, you're talking about someone who's wanted or known.
Yes.
Like things we're talking
Yeah.
about Kit.
Yeah. There's obviously two sides to every story with that too.
And I'd quite like to hear their side,
Yeah, me
Mhm.
too. Me too.
because I doubt this peace march will be very peaceful when it comes down to it.
No, if they're having to bolster with the Obsidian Hunt, that suggests to me they're not expecting very much peace. Regardless.
They're bolstering with the Obsidian Hunt. The people down there bolstering with this Ica. Could get messy.
Yeah. And I know if there is one thing that will warp a mind more than the loss of a child, it is me, and there is not much that will do it beyond that.
I mean, she might not even be dead.
No.
Not found, right?
Just
That's the
presumed
rule.
dead, right?
That's the rule that everyone goes with. No body, not dead.
And we already know of one person who has been taken. It's your father.
Mm-hmm.
There is a chance that she has been taken also, perhaps by the same people.
It's possible.
It is possible, but again, doesn't
Wouldn't it
mean
be-
she's not.
Wouldn't it be wild if she defected to the other side and she's the leader?
Hmm.
Yeah. It would.
Yeah.
We didn't know how old she was.
I don't think you know.
We
The
didn't
guy didn't
ask.
even know
He
his
didn't even know her
name.
name, did he? Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh, well. Here we are again, like you said, putting our noses into things, but
Another thing that Dagna, sorry,
Dagna.
Dagmar
Dagmar.
said that didn't sit right with me. The mining of the materials to create the areas of ascension for the saints.
yeah.
This world has been under the thumb of the Ashen Heart, has felt the sting of religion, and yet potentially using indentured servitude to get the materials to create monuments to the new gods.
I agree.
That seems hypocritical.
It does.
Might not be on the same level as what you say the Ashen Heart did, but it doesn't seem a good start for the new ones.
It is odd. I know that they say that there's all sorts of like properties to them, right? Like they have magical properties, and maybe that's what it is, as opposed to the fact that it was a colossus. But still, even then, the history of the colossus, based on what we know alone, and I know very little, as much as we all know, it is strange. I agree. I agree. And maybe that's something we can try find some history about that.
I'd quite like to learn about. I suspect that might be in the library.
Yeah.
Some information, especially here,
Yeah.
the place where they're used, what they're used for, why they're magical.
Yeah.
Perhaps we could utilize it in some way.
And we all said there's a chance that Adam could be here.
It's possible.
And if that's the case,
Just as possible as anywhere, though.
yeah. Then if you see him, let us know.
Yeah. Keep an eye out, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does he have glowing blue eyes? He does, doesn't
Mhm.
he? If we see, glowing blue eyes in the mist, it'll be pretty easy to spot.
Yeah.
That's ominous.
That is. Yep.
I'm a bit worried.
Me too. Worried about what?
What he'll be like. Whether it'll be truly Adam we do meet, or whether it'll be Uriel.
Would you even know, would you even know the difference?
I think so.
I think that there is a chance that the dominant personality is oscillating between the two. So it's less about whether or not he's Adam or Uriel, but it's more about who you are speaking to at that particular time.
Yes, who he is in the moment. And I'm hoping we catch him as Adam.
I'm hoping we catch him as Uriel.
Yeah. Well, one way or another. Anyway, gosh, I'm suddenly so tired. Oh, all that walking is taking it out of me. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the drinks. Thank you for the chats. I'll go to bed. I've set your stuff up right next to me, so I'll see you.
Alright.
I was just thinking, Lenore's feet would have been dirty as fuck.
Yeah.
Oh,
Why
yeah.
She took her
Why
shoes
did you
off.
think in that?
She took her shoes because we're in a hot tub. Because we're in a hot tub, so her feet would have been minging from running.
Under the water, she's just holding Ranga's hand with her toes.
Vile.
She's gonna she'll get out of the tub and have a shower and stuff like that, and get settled in bed and wait for silence.
Mm.
Oh.
Jesus.
Nice.
My dog's just trying to break through the door
Yes, he is. I didn't set the thing
again.
up.
It's okay. Okay, so you all head to bed.
I would like a moment with Theodore. I'm so sorry.
No, totally fine.
I was planning on staying in the hot tub a little bit longer and just kind of relaxing in there a little bit. I
So you two leave, yeah?
do actually send down for a fish.
Yeah.
Yay.
One is brought to you.
It's become tradition now with the Laying
Yeah.
Lovers.
Yeah.
Just the little fish.
Yeah.
It's his favorite.
Rightly so.
Yeah, and I imagine they have the fancy gold filigree plates again.
Yep.
In a place like this.
Staple.
This cat hasn't
Staple.
been fed since the last time we went to Lovers.
He's been hunting left to his own devices.
You can buy me a 5 silver for a little fish.
A little fishy and a little dishy.
When the boat comes in. God, everything went silent.
The music stopped. We stopped.
Uh,
Dog stopped smashing his head against the door.
Yeah, send it for a fish, and then this is just gently in the background, just
Oh, nice.
thought I had a
Great.
conversation.
Nice.
Great.
And he stinks.
It's like
Yeah.
directly in your ear as well the whole time.
That's
yeah.
fine. She doesn't mind. She'll give him a little.
Theo's used to it.
Theo, I had something of a delicate nature I wanted to discuss with you, if that's all right.
Of course, yes. What can I help you with?
You are a grown adult, and it is not for me to tell you what to do with your time or yourself. I'm just here as a concerned friend, making sure that everything's okay. I
Okay.
have noticed you have been drinking an awful lot as of late.
Helps to calm the nerves a bit, I think.
Mm.
I say drinking my wine. It's, a bit concerning, everything that's going on with Adam. Helps me forget it a little bit.
Mm.
It's not a problem.
All right.
I don't know. I was never a huge drinker. It's fine. It's fine. It's nothing to worry about. Just when I get stressed.
I won't say I'm worrying, but you can. I know that talking hasn't been either of our strong points, but you can talk. If I understand that maybe you don't always want to speak to the whole group about something, lest you get a bad reaction. But
Yes.
you can talk to not me, Ranga. Lenore might occasionally rib you on things that you say. She might have a initial reaction, but she'll come around.
That's, and the thing is, it's not necessarily just Lenore. It's, as you might have noticed, when I speak to Lenore, and I mean, you said it yourself, I pride myself on my logic. With Lenore involved, out come the emotions. You're right, I should talk to you more. There's this quote, which is along the lines of, smart people learn from everyone and everything, but dumb people have all the answers. And recently I feel like I've been acting like I have all the answers.
Hmm.
And I think I dismissed your experience and your knowledge initially. But I'm learning they're actually much more knowledgeable than I in a lot of areas. And I kind of reach into the bag and pull out those beads. And you made me see these in a different light. You mentioned that you don't necessarily have to pray to God. You can pray to yourself.
Hmm.
And I don't like relying on others. Other people can let you down. Even the gods can let you down. So I've always tried to rely on myself.
All of us, sentient beings, we are social creatures. So you can be self-reliant, but you'll struggle to be entirely without the opinions of others. And I would just say, I'm enjoying this wine right now. It's very enjoyable, but don't turn to alcohol when you could turn to a friend.
Thank you. Silence. I also owe you a huge apology, I think. You've, over the last... Maybe there was an initial tension there, but over the last week or so at least, you've been nothing but nice to me. You've been kind. You listened when others didn't. You... With again, these beads, you made me see a different side. You offered them to me. And I've met you with nothing but hostility and sarcasm, and... I'm sorry. I am.
I'm sorry too. Maybe some of that hostility was deserved. I haven't always been as kind to you. After I spoke to that Siltico, for a brief moment, I was so certain about everything I believed, and I saw Lenore getting in the way a little bit, and I've admitted this to her. And I asked the righteous dead, as I didn't have the ability to think of my own accord. The righteous dead told me that Lenore was fine, but you were dangerous.
Me? Do they still have this opinion?
I have no idea what their opinion is now.
Do you care? I see. And that's why you were hesitant towards me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad you got to know me and formed your own opinion. I've got to know you a little better and changed my initial opinions, I think.
That's good.
I had the same thing with Ranga. I saw him as annoying originally, a bit abrupt, I suppose.
I guess
He's
the
a
first
delight.
things he said to you was set you on edge a little
Yes.
bit.
Yes, he did. Especially now you've learned the circumstances a bit more, you can understand how I reacted.
His charm is charming so long as you ain't in the middle of a situation that he is putting his foot in.
Exactly. And no, I just I've come to start relying on all of you, and I think that scared me a little bit, and I pushed back, and there's been multiple times now all of you have saved my life. No, whatever help you need, I'm there.
Thank you.
But is there anyone you'd like to get in contact with?
It's a difficult thing.
You don't have to if
I
you're not
know.
ready.
I don't know who there is there that I can trust. Not a single one of them. To know that I'm alive, that I'm fine. I don't think that there's a single one person there that wouldn't immediately tell my father.
Well, then we won't talk to anyone. We'll keep it a bit quiet, although we have been making waves.
You'd have to make a pretty big wave to be noticed in Bastion.
That's a good point. Were there not scouts, people
Yeah.
finding out information from the outside, reporting back?
Yeah. No, not outside. Never outside. But there was scouts that would scout through the forest. I myself was one of them. As much as I wasn't as much of a ranger then as I am now, I had some ability with a bow, and I would go out. That's what got me into this whole mess in the first place.
The rangering?
Yeah. We were strictly forbidden from speaking to anybody outside. Everybody outside of Bastion, since the fall of Asrendith, was corrupted by the people. They were corrupted, and we were to see all of them as evil things, workers of the devil. Well, not the devil, but you know what I mean. And we had a river running kind of adjacent to Bastion a bit in the forests that we lived.
Mm-hmm.
And the river would swell sometimes without it. We were close to mountains, and if there was, an ice fall or something in the mountains, the river would swell unexpectedly. And we all knew about that. It didn't really matter too much to us. It didn't swell too much on our side. But one day I was walking and I found a mother and 2 children, and they were lost. They'd been on the other side of the river. They'd just went for a picnic out in the woods. We didn't ever go to the other side of the river ourselves. And when the river was shallow, they crossed it. And then the river swelled and they couldn't get back. And they were starving. And my orders would have been to kill them. And I didn't want to shoot them from afar. I didn't think that was right, so I walked to them, intending to kill them, all 3 of them. And the mother, when she saw me, she had such relief on her face. She was so happy to see somebody. And she didn't look evil to me. And I helped them. And somebody saw me flying them across the river.
You did the right thing.
I know that now.
This is the side of you that I chose not to see. Your kind heart. You went against everything you ever knew, everything you were taught. Went against your God, your family, everything. That took incredible courage. And those people are alive now because of you. You saved those lives.
And I'm glad of that. But then I think about all the lives I didn't save.
Don't think about those.
It's hard not to. Even though the fire was kept below, you could hear the screams.
It's awful. Silence. Sorry. You don't have to go back there, ever.
I worry about the people that I left behind. They have, all of them, some responsibility. Maybe not any of the children or younger ones, that's not their fault, but even people of my age. My father wasn't the real power there. He never was. He was just the force of personality. Any one of us could have stood up to him, but none of us did.
Everyone still there now. Are they just as brainwashed as you were?
Yeah. all the people who'd ever spoke up were killed long ago. Even people who didn't speak up got killed. So there was a lot of fear.
And your mother, I know. She was different. But she's just as brainwashed as everyone else. Is there hope in her?
My mother was kinda, but I was explaining this to Ranga the other day. She was the only one there at first with survival skills. She was the one who found the location, who taught us all to fend for ourselves. And when she would get annoyed, she would never ever speak up, but I heard her occasionally muttering to herself, saying that that place wouldn't have lasted 6 months without her. And she was right. They never could have set up without her. So, my father is the one who ruled with an iron fist, but it would not have started if my mother had not set that place up. And my grandmother, as much as she whispers in my ear that he was always a bad one, she doesn't seem capable of acknowledging the part that she really played. She says she regrets that now while she's sitting in the Elysian fields. She died a hero's death. And she sits and she tells me that he's bad and we're going to solve it together. I'm going to solve the problems for both of us. I'm going to redeem both of us. She just not said it in those words, but that is what she means. And she doesn't seem to understand that maybe her lack of love for him is what turned him the way that he is. Maybe he was a bad kid. But there's lots of bad kids that don't grow up to be murderers.
Right. I mean, I had a wonderful upbringing. And I still went down the path that I did, which I don't regret. But this, I could have seen myself choosing a different path. Had I not had the upbringing that I had, this, I don't know. You're right. Your mother, I'm glad you inherited her kindness.
Thank you.
She, I suppose, didn't necessarily understand the implications of giving this community its spark, giving this community its head start.
Maybe she didn't. She didn't say a word when I was being dragged to the fire. And how many other people wandered into the forest that might have been killed by the scouts? How many people did she kill because she believed my father's lies? She's not as bad as him, but not a single person who chose to go to that place did so with pure hearts. They did it because the Ashen Heart wasn't strict enough for them.
But you're right. I can understand. I suppose from their mindset, that's all they've ever known. For a lot of them.
That's all the children have ever known.
The adults there, a lot of them came along when it was initiated. How long has Bastion been going?
We moved there it was founded when I was 6, 7 years old. That was the first group, the initial group. Then after the fall of Rendith, I don't know how word got to some people fleeing, some of the more devout Ashenheart people, but word got to them, they found out they came too. That was the only new group, and that was when I was 12. Other than that, it's the same people the whole time.
I mean, my father and Lenore's mother, they met a lot of people like that in Osrendith. Devout Ashenheart followers who would have happily turned the entire of Osrendith into Bastion. People who are brainwashed like that often don't realize just how brainwashed they are. It took something special in you to break out of it. Other people don't have that mental fortitude. Like I said, I dismissed your intelligence initially, but from what I've seen so far, you're incredible.
Thank you.
And I'm sure that mother and her children would agree.
Hopefully. I'm sorry, I came here to just see if you were okay, and I once again managed to turn it into me talking about all my traumas.
Hey. A long time ago, Lenore said that you and I should get along a bit more. And that's a good start.
It's our best of pals.
Thank you for sharing with me, Silence. I give you a hug.
I hug you back.
And I just kind of just hold you there for a little bit, because I can tell you're a bit upset. I just kind of hold you there for a little bit until you kind of full aware. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for listening.
I'll try and get back on the drinking. And try and use a friend instead of alcohol.
No, I'm always here. The other two are always here. You got your pick.
Yes. I think I'll stick to you and Ranga for now and talking about Adam, I think. For the most part.
As you will.
Me and Lenore, I spoke to her yesterday. We do this thing sometimes when there's an elephant in the room and we just avoid talking about it. In the hopes that if we talk around the subject, then arguments won't happen. And that's just where we are right now. And we'll get past that. I know we will.
This thing with Adam, it'll come to a head. And I think it is what happens and what you do going forward that matters more than anything that you have done. I hope it's that way for me too.
It is. You know, what you said before, until you met those people, how different you were. It's all in the past. Yes, those bad things happened, but you've changed for the better. And like you said, it's going forward what matters. For the record, I still believe in the idea behind Adam, the goal, the dream that I had. I still believe in making the world a better place, making it a place with less suffering. I don't regret that part. And I don't think I will. I don't know if it's the right way to go about it. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I won't know until we meet Adam.
No. I think that will be the telling thing. And the thing about creating a sentient being he might not be remotely interested in doing what he was created to do, and that is something that you will have to accept if that is the case.
That's okay. I think when I first mentioned it, everyone had in their head that I was his master and he was my servant and he would do what I asked, and that was never ever the case. He was always intended to be his own person. If he wanted to go out there and, I don't know, be a shopkeeper, fine. I guess the idea was to create a few and just hope and let them have their own lives. It was never a slave master. It was never that. Never intended to be.
I believe.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Right.
And for the record, when we do meet Adam, I'm glad to have you as a friend by my side.
Thank you. I'm glad to be there. And thank you for the offer to speak to somebody back home. Like I said, I don't think right now I want to take you up on that, but I appreciate the offer.
It's an indefinite offer. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Okay. I think I'm gonna head to bed.
Yeah.
Good night, Silence.
Good night, Theodore.
I give you one last hug, and then I get out the hot tub and head towards.
It's all in the hot tub.
Y'all are pruning.
Very good. You head out of the hot tub and head to bed.
Yeah.
Theo, you've been drinking a lot lately.
Me and you have staged an intervention.
We've been sat there for half an hour like...
There's like a big banner, you've decorated the room. Intervention. I think I will, before I go to bed, actually, I'll head in the room. I don't know if you're asleep yet or whatever. I mean, it's only been like 10 minutes or whatever, but I head in the room.
Laying there.
Hi, Ranga. I'll head to bed in a second. I'm going to check out this Ica.
All right. Do you mind if I watch?
No, please. I go to there's like a table. Sit down.
I'll come over and sit down with him.
Yeah.
I kind of place the pot of Ica in the middle. And I'm going to use Identify.
Okay.
And see what it was. And you see kind of... actually, I have words. I'm going to start saying my words more.
Yeah, you say your words,
I
King.
have my words.
You say your words,
I
King.
have my words more. Which I guess it'll be this one. Can I run my hands over, and my eyes turn this silvery white, kind of with the blue tinge, and I say, Divinatio Cognitia, and the kind of light shines onto this pot, and I start kind of just scrutinizing it.
You get a heavy transmutation magic from it, and with Identify, you know that the two ways that you've been told that you can take Ica,
Injection and smoking.
yes. Smoking gives you a +1 to your primary stat,
Okay.
and for a minute,
Okay.
and is an action to do, but it will in turn give you a level of exhaustion after the minute wears off.
Right.
To inject it, you get +2 to all stats, but you gain 3 levels of exhaustion after it's worn off.
And they mentioned it was addictive. Will, if you kind of take it, is there a withdrawal system and all that kind of stuff? Do you crave it more? What's the... I don't know how mechanically, if mechanically that's a thing, but...
Mechanically, that is not written down.
Gotcha.
You would maybe have to experience it.
Yeah.
to understand.
Yeah. Okay.
But mechanically, inhaled, it is a +1 to your primary stat for a minute, and then 1 level of exhaustion. And then injecting it is +2 to every stat for 10 minutes.
Oh.
But then you get 3 levels of exhaustion.
You see, as I
No, don't do it.
as I'm looking at this pot, I have a notebook open next to me, and I'm writing in this notebook without even looking at it. I'm staring directly at the pot, and you see my eyes are like almost like a REM sleep, where they're kind of flickering backwards and forwards, like a bit of a trance state. And I'm just kind of scribbling like chemical symbols down. I'm scribbling notes down. I'm scribbling all the just bunch of information. I kind of have a little sketch of like a needle injecting. I have a sketch of the smoking. I have a sketch of, and then kind of writing down the different ways the chemicals interact with these different methods, and just filling pages and pages and pages of this notebook with information as I do this spell.
I'm gonna try and do my best to keep up, but you know, like a little puff of smoke. Is it dangerous?
Once I'm kind of, I don't really respond as you say, but once I'm kind of done writing down, I breathe heavily, my eyes return to normal, and I, almost like I'm looking at the notes for the first time, I kind of just skim through again, and it is dangerous to an extent. It's not, it's almost like a super steroid in a way.
Oh.
It's long-term damaging to your body, and if you take it enough times, it will cause issues, but for a short amount of time, it can enhance your abilities. Injecting it is more potent, like Dargath. Dargath. Like Dargath said, injecting is more potent than smoking, but it also comes with heavier downsides.
I can kind of get why, you know, in dire circumstances, someone might use it.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, I almost would say it's not too bad. Every very, very now and then, as long as you have a strong will to not become too addicted.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it. I'm just saying it's probably not going to kill you if we do need it.
Looking back now, we probably just should have stole everything Vestel had.
Yes, maybe we should have. I mean, we weren't to know at the time. Is it illegal, this stuff?
Roll me a history check.
18.
18. You know that there has been attempts to make it illegal, but it's not as simple as just like, oh, hey, it's illegal now. There is things that you have to go through to make something illegal. Has to be tested, has to be understood. And it's not the easiest thing to get your hands on.
Yeah.
But you think that Caligo is in the process of trying to make it illegal right now.
And as far as acquiring it goes, it wouldn't necessarily be sold in any legitimate shops. It'd be more black market stuff. Gotcha. If you do get addicted to this, it might be difficult to find a solid supply. So it's, I wouldn't recommend it, basically.
Yeah. Well, it's made here.
It's made in.
Is that what Dargath said?
Yes, in the mist. By, well, we don't know who by.
Right.
He said he didn't know whether it was. No, it wasn't made from Colossus parts.
It's not made from Colossus parts. When you look at it and you look at its like viscosity, and the only thing that you can really liken it to is something like blood. It's like thicker than just a running water or something like that.
Okay. Do I get the sense it's derived from some sort of blood? Whether it's human blood or creature blood or whatever.
Big monster blood.
Roll me an Arcana check.
I'm going to lucky this one. I'm going to use my good dice. I'm going to use this dice.
Did you roll your portents?
No.
It's not been a different day yet.
It has. I didn't roll them for today. That's,
Still probably good.
I mean, it is still a dirty 20.
A ball.
Okay.
Fair.
You can't tell.
I'm going to use my other luck thing.
Like Brunsia.
Oh, you could bronze, yeah. We have one more
I'll go
left.
bed.
That's true. I'm about to go to bed. I'll do Brunsia. I'll do Brunsia. I pull Brunsia out. I put him on the table. And I say, because he's like semi-ethereal and he can pass through things.
Yeah.
Could you try and take a look inside this? Maybe get a closer look at the chemical bonds. 24?
24. It is blood.
Oh. Okay. So it's not just derived from blood, it is just straight blood.
It is blood. It is the life force of something, but you don't know what it is.
Okay. I say this to Ranga, it's blood. From something.
Oh.
Perhaps it's Underdark related. It is black blood. I'm not sure.
So if it's blood, it comes from something.
Yes.
Maybe that's why it's so hard to get, you know. You can make stuff in a lab, obviously with different, you know, chemicals and everything, but I guess if it's some sort of animal or monster, then yeah, it would make sense that it's pretty hard to get.
I mean, you'd think something with blood that enhances your abilities like this would be quite powerful, quite difficult to capture. I certainly couldn't imagine it willingly letting it be harvested.
Yeah, I imagine. That thing must be insanely strong.
Egg! 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 Egg!
I could see you two over there being like,
Egg! 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 If you didn't know, in last campaign, we saw these weird fucking eggs being passed back and forth, which had black stuff in them.
Yeah.
But we never asked what
we
they
have
were.
one. There's one in Roverett's fucking...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We just never got around
Never
to
got
it.
around
Never
to it.
hatched.
Never
And
hatched.
we
Yeah,
never
but you
asked.
tried hatch.
We
Yeah.
had to question this guy, and we
And we
killed
just
him before we asked him what was going on with the eggs.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was all my fault.
Yeah. We killed him and then
None
we
of us
asked... It
thought.
was a Speak with Dead, wasn't it? That we had the question, we just forgot
And
to
then
ask.
we just didn't
It
ask.
was well before I got Speak with Dead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we just did not ask. Egg! Egg! Egg!
And,
Egg!
but yes, I'm not sure what kind of creature this would be.
Right. Neither am I.
Perhaps when we go down into the mists, if we do manage to get an audience with this rebel group, we can ask about it.
Yeah,
I suspect it's them who's making it, based on
possibly, yeah.
nothing other than the fact they seem like rapscallions in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, it's legal, right? So,
Yes. Yes. They're trying to make it not, but for right now,
yeah.
it's new enough that it is legal, yes.
Oh, well, that's interesting, at least.
Well, it's time for bed. We have a lot to do in the morning.
Yeah, time for bread. I don't know why I said it like that.
Time for bread.
Time for bread.
Time for bread.
Time for bread.
You just head over and he's just got a loaf and he's like,
Time for some
It's got the
bread.
midnight munchies.
is that too much ichor?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
I turned around, Ranga's just fucking...
Yeah.
He's been microdosing it. He's lathered it on his bread like fucking
Yeah.
Marmite.
Marmite.
Yeah.
Bit of Vegemite.
Yeah.
Okay, you go to sleep, and in the morning, you wake up.
Hello.
Yay!
We didn't all die in the night.
Portents.
Portents. Thank you, Josh.
Portents.
Alright. Refresh my shit.
You
I would like to briefly just say to Lenore, how are you feeling after everything that happened at, with Silver and the seance?
I thought I'd have more answers. I do have more answers. But I think I'm maybe more confused because even though I have the puzzle pieces, I don't know how to arrange them yet. How about you? We all kind of learnt something, I suppose.
Wasn't too harrowing for me. You mentioned, you said it in jest, but I could tell that there was a seriousness to your tone. You mentioned a monster under your bed, in your closet, in the bath. And you were telling the truth about that.
Yeah.
You see that often?
Not so much anymore. It was more when I was a child and it was all I was so close to it. I was so close to not coming back. When my mum and her friends, they had to perform some sort of ritual to bring me back and something went wrong. I was dead for all intents and purposes, and they brought me back from that, and something stain you, something stain your soul. My soul is definitely stained.
Your soul is not stained.
Thank you. Feels like it.
Do you want to know what I see?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing. Goodbye.
I leave the room.
Nothing.
Fuck all.
Good shit.
So sorry.
Your soul is a double-layered thing. The top part is... I've never seen much of the sea, but I imagine it's like that. To me, it's like the rapids of a river, the bubbling waters, and they are filled with color and light. I don't see colors, but I see them in you. But there is an anchor going through your soul into a colder depths. And that is... It's not a stain as such. It's a sadness. A sadness of everything that happened. Further away and more recently. But it is just... Do not consider it a permanent thing. That sadness and that coldness will stay with you, but it is not all of you. The colors are so bright.
Thank you. Sometimes it feels like it's all I am. Sometimes I feel like I could just lay back and drown in it. Sometimes I want to. Sometimes I wish I had. Sometimes it's all there is. And the monsters under the bed, they're real. And I don't know what they are. And I see it so differently to you. I'm the anchor in the water. And it's dark, but it's people like you. And Ranga and Theo. And Silver, my mom. You're the colours. And you're just reflecting off me from under there.
I don't see reflections. The colors are your own, and those thoughts, they are just thoughts. And you might be... I'm not saying that those thoughts are gonna go away anytime soon. You have endured far more than most people ever have. So that sadness stays with you, but It is not you, and the colors are your own.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to hug her. I didn't hear everything. I heard some of what you and Theo said last night. I wasn't eavesdropping.
I won't drop in a weave, sir.
You know, with an ear to the door.
No, crouched under the laptop.
Ranga outside the door listening. She did, I saw her.
I didn't hear everything, and it's for you to tell me when you want to. But what I want to tell you is, it's not the weak link that breaks the chain. It's actually the strongest of them all. To be able to pull away and have the strength to tear apart everything you've ever known, and to pull that strength from inside of you when you are just a link. You did the right thing. And thank you for sharing that with me and us. And however you see fit, I see fit, and we'll all be right in the end. Because you chose to do the right thing and nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I wanted you to know. Thank you. And she's gonna give Silence another hug.
Big hug day for Silence.
Yeah.
Yeah, so many
Where's
hugs.
Ranga's
I was going to say,
hug?
she's just going to come out this morning and just give you a hug for no reason.
That was so
Okay.
sweet.
Oh. Me and Ranga having breakfast. You guys can just hug Ranga.
Okay. To be honest, we should probably end it there. 'Cause it's 10:30.
Oh, shit.
To be honest, it's already so late.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
And I don't expect going to the magic item store is going to be a particularly quick
No, it's not.
It's
journey.
probably not.
Where I imagine
I
that's going to be
list
the
of all the spells that I want to
that's going to be the first thing that we're going to do. So we probably will end it there.
Oh my
Oh.
goodness.
The
Hell
next day before we begin the day's activities. Yeah,
Okay.
very good.
Woo! Yay! When Jack was like, you don't have to roleplay anything. And we were like, oh.
And you guys are like, hey,
Don't be ridiculous.
we're going to do an hour and 20 minutes of roleplay.
Hey, listen, we love a good.
we love a good roleplay. We love a good
Oh, my
roleplay.
goodness.
Me and Silence had a nice heart to
They
heart.
were
Yeah,
all
very,
so
very good,
sweet.
yeah.
My
I
God.
think Silence got a very long overdue apology.
Oh, they were all
Very
such
sweet.
sweet conversations.
Lots
Oh my
of good
gosh.
bonding, yeah.
Yeah.
So what are we doing today then?
You're going to go,
Magic
you're gonna go
Magic shop, magic
to
shop.
Cloaks and Kips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to go to...
Inquire about the still shallow swill place, but not
Yes.
necessarily go there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to drop by the post office.
Yeah, you can drop by the post office, no problem.
I'll go to
Um,
a normal weapon shop as well.
Maybe
Normal
today's
weapon.
like a library day, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Like get
Recon day,
some-
recon
I
day.
need to
Yeah,
make a list of all
yeah.
of the things I need to figure out as well.
Yeah. I guess it depends on kind of what we find out as we go, and
Yeah. I know we definitely want to see if there's any information on the dancing devil.
yeah,
That kind of thread.
yeah, and then maybe we do go into the mist and just see what the sitch is, see like what the situation, like how's everyone down there,
Mhm.
and
How y'all doing?
Hi.
Hey. Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting me know. I know exactly what to plan for next time.
Watch us not do any of that.
Yeah. Watch us sit in this room
Yeah.
and talk for another 4
Watch us go back
hours.
into the hot
Totally
tub.
fine.
Yeah.
Totally fine.
Do you know what? We could.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, we
Don't
could.
tempt us.
oh, don't tempt me, Frodo.
Very
Me
good.
and Ranga need a bit of a heart to heart, I think.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Oh my goodness gracious me. That was so nice. Damn. What sweetie pies.
Okay. So,
Oh.
thank you very much for being here.
Yay.
I hope you enjoyed
Thank you.
yourselves.
I did.
Anything else?
Yeah, can I do some more roleplay?
You can start off with some roleplay next time. How about that?
Yay.
I'm sure
Yeah.
you'll all
Back
think of
in
things
the
to
hot
talk
tub.
about
Yes.
before next week.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I guess we'll see you next Thursday.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Bye.
And once again, another huge thank you to our patrons and our YouTube members, and a huge shout out to our entity tiers.
Hoops.
Ariel,
Tula.
Runarian,
Arkham Labs cosplayer.
Maddie,
Luna,
Teddysaurus,
Caspian,
J-Spot TX,
Ultrafail,
Dallin M,
Sleepy,
Joe Dragonlord 2,
Alistar,
Lawkeeper Society,
Ricky B,
Catherine,
Fowskin,
Azuriel,
Panda Queen Plays,
Xylo Boy,
Lucas Iapetus,
Luna River,
Crestomancy,
The Tacos Are Here,
Hairy Godfather,
Rain Anana,
Scrimbles,
CJ Chantel 1313,
Keplin 1000,
Pretend It's You Ace,
Leaxel,
Dana,
Captain Hades,
Sloby1,
Amelia A,
Rebecca K,
Banoffee Spy,
Tears of the Sun,
BH,
Crumley,
Dink Twin,
Light of Hearts,
Nathan W,
Timbo,
Melosaurus Rex,
The Nerdy Dreamer,
Stephen R.
Simple Gin.
Thank you all so much for the support. You have no idea how much it helps.
And if you too would like to become a patron or a channel member here on YouTube, click the link in the description or the join button down below.